we are live here on YouTube for some NASCAR Cup Series action. Welcome on in. As we've got the most confusing named race on the entire circuit, the NASCAR Cup Series Xfinity 500 from Martinsville Speedway. Yeah, I gotta love this race because it always makes you confused with the NASCAR, at least my parents get confused with it, with the NASCAR Xfinity Series versus the NASCAR Cup Series Xfinity 500. But we are here, we're ready. We've got currently starting with 3 boxes on screen, so I can keep an eye on some NFL games that I'm watching as well. But once we got cars rolling on track, we will be going to a full screen NASCAR coverage as we are getting ready for this one. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. And say, if you guys are having a good day, feel free to leave a like and subscribe if you guys are new. And we are rocking and rolling here. And say, the last chance for these drivers to try and punch a ticket to the championship for 2 spots already locked up. 2 drivers way ahead on points, but if any of those 4 below the cut line win, they'd be able to make it. And speaking of cut line, I got to update the graphic on screen because that is still outdated with the Xfinity Series, guys. Give me 1 second. Boop. And boop. And just got to do one more boop. Come on. And boop. There we go. All right, we got that all set up and ready for that one. So, yeah. Again, Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, they won the first 2 races of this round at Vegas and Talladega, respectively. So they are locked into this championship fight. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell are both 30-plus points above the cut line. And it is going to be win or go home for Byron, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney. 4 very fast drivers, all below the cut line, all in do-or-die scenarios tonight, as their seasons are on the line with 500 laps in Martinsville, and all that matters to them is the race win. There is not really a points avenue for any of them. Now, that's where it gets interesting, because if we do have a new winner, as shown on the little on-screen graphic, although it is definitely very small, the points battle actually gets very tight between Larson and Bell with the points as they run, because it is only they only come into the day with 1 point separating the two. Again, if there is no new winner, then yeah, we're good. But if we do have a new winner, that becomes an insanely tight points battle. All right, wow, they aren't even drivers don't have their helmets on. They're not. Yeah. Unless these were filmed hours ago, which is possible. We should be all good on that. Let's see. So what is the points battle as they, quote-unquote, run? So as they run, because Christopher Bell did not have a very good qualifying effort, Bell would be starting 24 points behind Larson. But as I said, that is a 1-point battle as of the current moment. So there we go. We're getting set for that one. Got illegal formation on the Bears and the Bears Ravens game. That one's actually a pretty good game. 7-6 football game there. Then we got Browns versus Patriots in the top corner. Again, just keeping an eye on some of these games. Let me see. Do I got any players in any of these games? I know I'm going against Stephon Diggs, which don't like going against Stephon Diggs. Man, Josh Allen is sucking today. So is Jalen Waddle. Wow. Jalen Waddle hasn't caught a single pass yet. Man. At least the Jets were able to get on the board and put some sort of dink into them. All right, let's see. What about my other league? My other fantasy team. I've got a slightly better chance to win than lose, but I don't have very many players in these early games on this one. Got Rico Dowdle, Drake May. Those should both be able to get me some okay points. Xavier Legette, who knows? And then Mark Andrews, I literally only put him in because I was hoping for maybe a little bit more than that. Also didn't know if Ollie Gordon was going to get any points, and he was my only other player not on bye. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here waiting for the start of the race. They currently have, as it looks like Jeff Burton on doing a track walk down there, explaining that there is actually some banking here at Martinsville that usually gets overlooked, but yeah, there is actually some banking at Martinsville Speedway as we are getting set and ready for this one. Welcome on in. Yep, there we go. Saquon going for 20 points already. So yeah, we're just sitting back and breathing, getting ready for this one. Hopefully, you guys are excited for this one. Only two Cup Series races left. After this weekend, 1 weekend of NASCAR remains. Then we get to figure out what we want to do for the off season. There will definitely be content here on the channel. Don't you worry. What content and how frequent, is probably still to be determined, but hopefully we'll know sooner rather than later. Similarly, I'd like to have at least one or two. I'd like to try and figure out some of my NASCAR plans for next year for tracks I'm going to. The big thing I want to do is next year I'm hoping to add at least one new track that I've never actually been to before to my list. Now, there's a bunch of different options for that because I haven't been to too many different tracks, but yeah. We'll have to wait and see which one that's going to be, though. And how is it possible I've got 3 boxes and all 3 of them are still at commercial break? End up at commercial break at the exact same time. Come on. The whole point of having 3 different boxes is that there should be next to no chance of us having all 3 at commercial break at the same time. There we go. Only 3 teams since 1990 have ever had a 1-5 start to their NFL season and still made it to the playoffs. Ravens currently 1-5 and looking to do just that. All right, yeah, we are chilling out here, getting ready for the race. Again, race is scheduled for a 2 p.m. start time, so we should be getting the command to start the end, or we should be getting the opening ceremonies here shortly. Command to start the engines isn't going to be until a little bit later. Because, for whatever reason, when they're on USA Network, the races go off really close. The pre-race ceremonies are all done before the scheduled broadcast start time. All right, there we go. They got Chase Elliott down there they're talking with here. Pre-races, we're going to be getting ready for it. Again, Chase Elliott, another one of those drivers. It's win or go home for him as well. One of the most popular driver in all of NASCAR. All right, we're 14 minutes away from the command to start the engine, so go ahead and get a 13-minute timer. That way we can keep up, but there we go. All right. Again, feel free to let me know who you guys' picks to win this one are. Yesterday I said that Blaney was going to be my pick, but then when we went through and did race picks for my for the podcast I'm on, the Lap Down podcast, I ended up Blaney was taken before I got my chance to pick, so I actually got to make a better pick in my opinion after looking at qualifying, which was I got to take pole sitter William Byron. So there we go. We want redemption from Dega. All right. Not sure which person didn't who got missed out at Dega, but again, we got Byron, Logano, Elliott, 3 of the top 3 drivers inside the top 10, all needing a win to make it to the playoffs. So I mean, they're starting pretty good here. It's not gonna be an easy day for any of these drivers looking to try and punch their ticket. Larson and Bell both are going to have to be on edge today as well because, again, this many must-win drivers in and around. Bubba didn't win. Okay, yeah. Well, this is definitely not Bubba's style of racetrack, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to win. It just means it's going to be a little bit tougher. So we'll have to wait and see. But we are getting ready for this one. So welcome on in. All right, so yeah, Joey's standing there by his number 22 car, holding his kid. Again, Joey Logano looking for, what would this be, his 4th championship now and 3rd in 4 years. So, again, Joey trying to join a very exclusive group of guys with 4 championships. In fact, I believe that group is exactly one driver that has 4 championships. Hey, Randy, how's it going? I hope it's someone who has never won. Okay, well, for options for never won inside the top that are starting near the front, you've got Ty Gibbs starting second. He's never won a race before. If we're talking never ever, your only other option near the front of the field would be Hocevar in 15th or Gilliland in 16th. Would be your other options for a driver who's never won a NASCAR Cup race before. Because Cole Custer has a win back in Cole Custer has a win back in his rookie season at Kentucky. Kyle Busch and Austin Cindric obviously both have wins, although in very different points in their careers. Michael McDowell has a couple of different wins at this point. So, yeah, it's not a great starting spot for those ones, and this is definitely a... didn't Ty Gibbs win an Xfinity Series at Atlanta? Probably. I was mostly thinking of Cup Series wins. Because, yeah, if you're looking for a driver who's never won at any NASCAR level, yeah, that list is going to be very short. Because almost all of these guys have won at the Xfinity Cup, have won at Xfinity Truck, sometimes ARCA. But, yeah, they're definitely, you'd have some very slim pickings if you're looking for someone who's never, ever won a race. Honestly, though, if Casey Mears goes up there and wins, I would love that. That would be hilarious to watch Casey Mears fighting for a win in 2025. Because Casey Mears is starting in all the way at the very back of the field, driving car number, I believe it's 69? 66, sorry. He was in the 69 truck, I think, the other night. But yeah, no, Casey Mears in the 66 car starts dead last on the field. Hasn't won a race since 07, I think, was when he last won a race. So it's been a hot minute. It's been nearly 20 years. I think he's more than due for another win. I just don't expect it to happen with Garage 66. No offense to formerly MBM Motorsports, but I don't really trust them to have a whole lot of winning speed. So there we go. And we are chilling out here. We should be getting ready for the command to start the engines here shortly. Let's say we're sitting about 8.5 minutes out. But yeah, I mean, Ty Gibbs would be a fun one. He obviously just got I believe his first win as a team owner, as he was named a team owner of the number 54 car in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and Taylor Gray getting that win last night. Yeah, Ty Gibbs getting his first win as an owner before getting his first Cup Series win. All right, I'm guessing the final 2 spots. Yeah, again, barring a new winner, the final 2 spots are pretty much locked up as Larson and Bell. If we do get a new winner, then that could very much change things up. So there we go. Okay, so Byron or Larson, maybe Bell. Again, there are 2 spots open. So if you're saying Byron, then you think... So if you think Byron's going to win, then yeah, it's going to be Kyle or Bell. Yeah, if Byron doesn't win, then it's almost certainly going to be Larson and Bell both. So, Yeah, there are 2 spots available at the moment, so we could have there's a good chance we could have a new winner and still get at least one of the two. In fact, if we get a new winner and we don't somehow end up with Larson or Bellin, that would mean that at least one, if not both of them, had an insane collapse. As they're going ahead and doing the pre-race ceremonies, and we will be getting ready for this one. We got 16 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us. There's a flag on the Patriots game. It's going to be delay of game or offsides. Looks like delay of game, Patriots. Oh, no, false start, Patriots. Okay. False start on the Patriots. So, Pat's backing it up. Oh, yeah, it definitely was a false start. Alright, so again, we're just keeping an eye on all these as we're getting ready for this one. They're going through the national anthem on the NASCAR broadcast. Again, I'm hard pressed to say that I think we'll see a new winner, because I think that, if we do see a new winner, I'm thinking it'll probably be either Byron or I'm thinking Byron's probably the heavy favorite for that win and in spot. Wouldn't rule out Elliott. The problem is there, I think, is that you're going to have the fact that you're going to have 2 Hendrick drivers fighting for the spot. Obviously, as a fan, I think a lot of them. Championship is at Phoenix next week. Homestead starts next year. Is going to be the return to Homestead. Yeah, 2026 will be the return to Homestead. We got 1 more year of a Phoenix finale. I feel like it's going to be either Byron or Elliott. Yeah, again, I could see a world where they're both potentially fighting for it. Now, the worst case scenario would be if they're fighting for it, both take each other out, and a non-playoff guy sneaks through, and then now you've got Larson Bell right back in it. All right, there we go. Come on now. I know everybody would like to see Byron and Elliott race side by side clean and see who wins. I mean, yeah, I would love to see it. I'm just not at all in any sort of position to predict that that's going to happen, because by no means do I don't think, if you have the closing laps and 2 drivers fighting for a win and in spot, I would be stunned if it stays clean. Yeah, while racing side by side there. So there we go. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're getting ready. So they've done the national anthem. They're going to a commercial break. We'll be getting the we'll be getting the command to start the engines when they get back from the commercial break, and we will be getting ready to rock and roll here. Alright, so there we go. We got 20 people popping on in here. Thank you guys again for everybody that's decided to spend a portion of your very valuable Sunday here with us. Let's see. How are the other NFL games going? Because I have not actually checked them today. Checked my own personal fantasy score, but alright, Dolphins are up over the Falcons 10-3. Ravens, Bears, we've been seeing that one. Jets are only trailing by 7 over the under the Bengals, 17-10. Bengals lead over the Jets. Bills are up 12-3 over the Panthers. That's a weird one. Texans versus Niners is currently a 13-0 shutout. Let's see. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Alright, so we also got 14-7. Eagles are managing the lead against the Giants. And then we got Colts, Titans in the 4:30 slot. There we go. Let's see. But Bell, Blaney, Pagano happened to wreck and get taken out of the race. I don't think there's any math that would put Chase Elliott into the playoffs on points. I'm pretty sure it's a must win. I'm pretty sure it's a must win for Elliott because he comes into the day. Let me pull this up here. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, let's see. What was the point battle here? It is, Chase Elliott 62 points below. He is mathematically a must win. There's no point scenario. There's no getting just enough points. So Chase Elliott is a win or go home for sure. There's no mathematical formula that gets him through. Really, the only people that have a mathematical spot would be if Kyle Larson were to wreck out, finish last, and Byron were to say sweep the 2 stages, get the fastest lap point, then maybe if Byron finishes top 5 after all that, maybe he might be able to outpoint Kyle Larson. But again, that's a lot of maybes, and honestly, I think it's a lot easier to just project it's a must-win race for everybody involved here. So, unfortunately, that will leave us a little low on storylines to start this one off, but there we go. They got Parker Kligerman down working the pit road. All right, we got a Game Bridge. Man, we got some really weird colors on the Game Bridge car. Man, the black, yellow, and blue looks so good on that car. Why'd they change it to like teal and orange and white? I mean, it's not Miami Dolphins season. So yeah, there we go. Hey, I'm actually projected to win my week. Let's go. James Cook has gotten both touchdowns. No, just one touchdown. Okay, he's just gotten a lot of rushing yards then, I guess. And it's like 2 touchdowns for Barkley. The entire offense there is kind of run through Saquon. But yeah, that Cincinnati defense kind of letting them down here in the first half. All right, again, we are just chilling out here waiting for this one. Everybody be sure to hit a like video on the buttons so I can get more views. Hey, I'd very much appreciate any and all support you guys can give. That would be great. But yeah, yep. So there we go. Hey, Frost Phantom, how's it going? Yeah, we're currently at the at a commercial break, so you're not missing anything. I believe they just gave the command start the engine, so hopefully when we get back from the commercial break, we'll be able to see. We'll be able to have cars rolling on track and getting ready to go racing here. So, again, 500 laps in Martinsville. Yeah, 500 laps in Martinsville ahead. We got 130 laps in stage 1, 130 in stage 2, and then the final 240 to the checkers. So, it's pretty. Honestly, I like the pacing on those stages. Only 130 laps in the first 2 stages, leaving a little under 50% there through. Alright, but there we go. And we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Shout out, hey, I'm always appreciative to have people popping in here. An active chat is a way more fun time than an inactive chat. I'll tell you that much. I've streamed these full races before with maybe 3 total people in it, and absolutely no chat messages. So there we go. All right, your friend's there. He's from North Carolina. All right, cool. Yeah, I've got a couple of friends who are down there as well. Sitting in the middle of, I believe it's 1 and 2 from the photo that they sent. So yeah, I got a friend from the Tennessee area that made his way over there. Oh man, everybody's from North Carolina except for me. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, I'll be part of that North Carolina group at some point, but there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here, getting ready for this one. Coming back from commercial break. Showing all the Hendrick guys. Yeah. Oh, no, all the playoff guys, I guess, because I just saw Bell there. Getting in the mix with this weird kind of pool house hangout. Oh, there goes Gilliland's car going up and over. Or Zane Smith, I mean. Sorry, that was Gilliland's car for the last couple of years. When does race start? Again, they did the command start the engines, went to a commercial break, so I'm assuming once they do this kind of playoff intro thing, that we'll be seeing cars on track here. Hopefully Bell makes it, but pretty sure HMS will do some race manipulation. Yep. Yeah, we're getting ready. They're going to be pacing. They'll have to do it. They will do their pass-through on pit road, which hopefully the safety truck doesn't almost wreck people this time, because there was a safety truck in the way of the pace lap, the pass-through on pit road last night's Xfinity Series race. Yep. Yeah, if you guys are trying to watch the actual broadcast, NBC, Peacock both have it. Not to mention, I'm sure there's various ways to pirate it, but again, I don't necessarily support the pirates, so I'm not going to tell you which ones or endorse any of them. So there we go. All right, Drake May with a big pass to one of his receivers, and yet we got cars rolling on track, ready to go racing. Again, in the event that we do have a new winner, we have a 1-point cut line battle between Bell and Larson for third place in points here. And again, that'll only really come into play if and when we get when we have a new leader. Yeah. So Byron at the start of the race will give us a new winner. There we go. Australian. I'm about 90% sure he's British, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Lee Diffie. Oh yeah, no, he is Australian. Okay. I guess I just hear him commentating. I've gotten so used to hearing him commentate other races that I just and I've heard him talk about other motorsports events in Europe, so I just assumed he was from Europe, but nope. Yes, he is Australian. But yeah, I love Lee Diffie in the booth. Here we go. So we got William Byron, Ty Gibbs on the front row. There we go. I should do more live streams so there's less piracy, but NASCAR's. Well, that's the problem. Is they want to say NASCAR can't just go and do a for free live stream on YouTube of the race, because then nobody would go to their TV partners who are paying them billions of dollars. I mean, that's why TV companies pay massive amounts of money for the exclusive rights to the streams. I mean, honestly, I think we should be very grateful that NASCAR is even allowed to post the full race in full afterwards to YouTube, because so that is a luxury that not every racing series gets. And I remember back in the day, I feel like a lot of those. So how many yellow flags in the race? Thinking 7. Are we counting the stage yellows, or are we counting only yellows for cautions for contact? Because that will definitely differentiate how many yellow flags we have. Yeah, say, got to set the terms before we go and make a guess, but I have a couple of ideas already. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. Again, Almond, Aaron, Haley. Okay, contact flag specifically. Uh, I'll go a little bit above you. I think that it'll probably be close to 8. I think we'll see 8 total. So in total, including the stage yellows, I'm thinking we'll see probably a total of 10 cautions. A caution every 50 laps. That sounds about right. Here we go. Lights are off on the pace cars. We are getting ready to go racing. Again, we got Byron and Gibbs on the front row, Larson and Logano row 2, and then we got Denny Hamlin, Cole Custer in row number 3 as we get ready to go racing here. They're on the in-car camera listening in on what Larson's crew is saying. Here we go. Pace car is off, and we are going green, green, green. Green flag's out. We are racing here at Martinsville. Byron away with a massive start there. Denny Hamlin following through as well, right behind Larson. Denny Hamlin already up a full row, though, of cars as everybody's trying to jump out of the line, trying to get to that bottom of the racetrack and seeing who's willing to dive deeper into the corner. Byron leads lap 1. Larson up to 2nd. Ty Gibbs will fall to 3rd here as they're rounding these corners. Some good old short track racing. Gibbs poking out of line, seeing if he can get a run on Kyle Larson there for 2nd. Not able to get there, though. And, Larson continues to hold 2nd place. Denny Hamlin, though, all the way up to 4th already. Making some passes here early on. A couple of guys stuck on that outside line, including Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick stuck on the outside line here. Not exactly the ideal spot to end up in. Similarly, I believe that's Todd Gilliland, who's also stuck on the outside line in the Pickles car. So again, these drivers stuck in that outside line. The temperature is a little higher today than it was last night, so maybe there will be a little bit more grip in the outer lane, but I still wouldn't want to really be tempting that outside lane this early on in the run because, again, this track has been cold for rough, has not had cars running on it for the last couple of hours, so yeah. Again, there was no morning warm-up session, nothing to kind of get some heat into the track early, so yeah, that outside line completely evaporating. Todd Gillen does finally get into line here as we continue to have a side-by-side battle between fellow Toyota drivers, Briscoe and Reddick. Looks like Mike McDowell, though, might be preparing to leave a gap. Nope. He pulls right back up to the back bumper of the 19 there after what looked like he might be looking to give a gap. So there we go. Again, Byron out in front of the field, which does put it as currently a points battle between Larson and Bell. And with Bell not running well at the moment, his points as they run are not good enough to get him there. So again, Reddick just stuck on the outside here, not finding a whole lot of help. Again, down the front straightaway, that outside line's not bad. It's just when you get into the corners, when the inside is significantly shorter around the corner, you don't have to, and you're having to lift regardless. Because that's usually the advantage to the outside line at some of these other tracks, like a Kansas or a Homestead, is running the outside line. You can you have less off throttle time, so you can usually make more speed happen there. But at a flat, tight track like this, you're not able to carry all that. You're not able to carry much, if any, additional throttle into the corner, running the upper lane versus running the lower lane. Because if you carry any more speed, you're pretty much guaranteed to just smack right into the wall. And well, I'm gonna say after what Chastain did a couple years ago, I don't think NASCAR is too fond of that. So already 10 laps down though, working our way through this one nice and quick here. All right, there we go. Again, just a couple of different movers and shakers throughout this one. McDowell making a pass here on Briscoe to try and advance this one. Again, Briscoe already punched his ticket to the next round, so he has had a very comfortable week. And of course, Denny Hamlin's been prepping that Phoenix car for now 2 weeks after he got the win in the first race of the round at Vegas. And here we go. Speaking of Denny Hamlin, here comes Joey Logano up the inside of Denny Hamlin, trying to move Denny to the outside line. Denny, though, is going to be able to avoid losing more spots as he manages to get down right ahead of Chase Elliott to only lose the one spot to Joey Logano. Now I'm kind of curious. Will we see the 11 try and get the 22 back, try and see if he can pass the 22 back by knocking him up the track a bit? All right, so there we go. Again, we're just working our way through this one. Yeah, it was hilarious and insane that anyone even ever thought to try that move in real life. But I do understand where NASCAR is coming from. There is a gate, right in the middle of that corner. That if any part of that gate hinge were to fail due to pressure against it, you'd have a Michael Waltrip Bristol incident. If you guys remember that iconic crash where and say that was a scary one, and you would not want to see a repeat of that. Again, hilarious, and I love watching it back, but I understand why they had to ban that move following the Hail Melon attempt. So there we go. Chase Elliott does get by Denny Hamlin, moving Denny Hamlin one spot further back, and now we've got 3 drivers inside the top 5 that are all in that must-win category. Again, 3 drivers inside the top 5, all needing a win. It's going to be a fun one to watch here. Daniel Suarez up 10 spots from the start of the race. SVG and Blaney both up 4. I thought 4 would be impressive at this point in the race, but Daniel Suarez is carving up the field here. Yeah, surprised Michael was able to walk away from that one. And yeah, exactly. That's why it ultimately is a move that you don't want to run a risk of that happening, of anything similar to that happening again. But yeah, the Chastain move again, absolutely hilarious, and I was loving watching that one. Kind of bummed I wasn't streaming that. I don't think I was streaming that race at least. I think that was like the year before I started streaming these things. But here we go, 20 laps down already. Again, we're just picking them up and putting them down really quick. I mean, the pacing of the race is definitely not something to be upset about here at all. Let's see. All right, so there we go. All right, let's see. I think Chase Elliott's dialed in. Maybe. We'll see. Here we go. Chase Elliott to the inside of Joey Logano. Looks like he's going to go right on by Joey Logano. Nice and smooth. And Chase Elliott is looking fast here. So he does have 2 teammates to get through, though, on his way to the front of the field, including a teammate who also is in a must-win situation. Alright, so here we go again. We're at a side-by-side commercial break here. Again, Reddick and Briscoe still going at it. There we go. And here comes Chase Elliott looking to try and pick up and put down another one here. And that time it's Ty Gibbs. And Chase Elliott is on an absolute rail here, just driving right on by cars. Now it's 1, 2, 3 for Hendrick at the front of the field. Hendrick's 3 remaining playoff cars. Again, only two of them are in a must-win, and Kyle Larson currently sitting very pretty in terms of advancing here. All right, so there we go. Yeah, Chase Elliott up to third now. So Chase Elliott making his way to third. Again, the fact that we're already 30 laps in, these laps are clicking off really quick. Denny Hamlin looking to get by Joey Logano. There we go. And Denny Hamlin completes the pass on Joey Logano for fifth. Moving Joey Logano a little bit further down. Seems like maybe that Penske short track speed on the flat short tracks isn't quite where it should be. Again, Christopher Bell has entered the top 10, so potentially Bell could be starting to work his way towards Larson. Of course, still needing to get all the way up there because, again, he only has a 1-point lead on Kyle Larson coming into the day. But, and we're under caution flag. Caution, caution, caution. First caution of the day. And it was, who's in that car? Daniel Suarez just got moved out the way. Oh, it was Bubba Wallace moving the 23, moving the 99 into the corner, up the track, spun the 99 sideways. They managed to all keep it going just about the right direction, but caution flag is out. So caution flag is out here. 30 laps complete. And, a very early caution flag here. Where's the yellow flag? Pardon, they're all on the same stick. So, yeah, caution flag is out for a very minor incident. Pit road is already open, and everybody's coming. Everybody's coming to pit road. Tires, tires, and more tires. As we're going to be going down to pit road. So Chase Elliott, the very first pit box on the racetrack. Completely clean entry to pit road. Great choice of pit box there for Elliott. And he is done in 12.7 seconds. The other drivers still haven't even hit their pit boxes yet. Larson gets into his 9.8 second stop for Larson. So much quicker there for Larson over Elliott. Christopher Bell, a slight stutter getting out of his pit box. 10 seconds is the time. He is going to get blocked out. He's going to get boxed out by the 41, it looks like. And are you kidding me? Mike McDowell, 2 tire stop for Michael McDowell, new race leader. Let's go! New race leader, Michael McDowell. Let's go. Michael McDowell takes 2 tires here to jump up and see if track position could be the thing to get him the lead. But there we go. Again, we're under caution flag, though. Again, Byron Larson out as well. But yeah, Chase Elliott, though, definitely going to be in a little bit of a tough spot there. But yeah, the fact that Bell got boxed out by the 41 of Cole Custer, that's going to be unfortunate. That's going to hurt him a bit in the running order. But as long as he can go ahead and make it here. Let's see. All right, so again, there we go. All right, wow, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. My buddy down at the track is saying that they're kicking up giant chunks of rubber, and asking about the tire situation. I haven't noticed them say anything about tires, but everybody did come there, so there we go. I'm old school. It took me a few years to like the playoff rules. Yeah, I mean, again, I've said this probably a dozen times on live streams. I'm not a big fan of the winner take all format at Phoenix. I like the idea of your regular season meaning something. Like a guy who wins 11 races like Corey Heim shouldn't be on the exact same level playing field with 3 drivers who have a combined 1 win. Yeah, because literally in the Truck Series, the Final 4, you've got Corey Heim with 11 wins. Yeah, and the other 3 drivers combined have exactly 1 win. And the fact that they're all on the same playing field, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency rewarded. Maybe, again, similar to what I've seen some people online saying, like, oh yeah, a 3 to 4 race final round being the solution. I can see that. I could get on board with that. So there we go. Again, they're rolling around here. Looks like they're doubled up, ready to go back racing. So we'll go ahead and set this off to the side. And we will go ahead and get ready for this one. Alright, so they they added a lap of caution, so the pace car did not pull off yet. But pace car should be off next time by, and yeah, something slow happened on this Elliott pit stop. Let's see what happened. Alright, so there we go. And so they're talking about Chase Elliott showing his pit box. If that tire left the pit box. So yeah, they're talking about a potential uncontrolled tire penalty on Elliott. It looks like they managed to avoid whatever the penalty would have been. So it's a tire carrier getting a massive job here. But here we go. Green flags out. We're back to racing. I don't know. 2 tires at this track actually doesn't do terrible, especially if you have a car that if you have a good enough car to compete. Which again, McDowell was 11th place in qualifying, so he won't be completely out to lunch. Now, obviously, it's going to be hard to compete with all these other cars on 4 tires, but again, 2 tires not a bad strategy call, and especially it gives you something to learn. That way, if you're in a position to take 2 tires at the end of the race. Hey, now you already have data from 1 green flag run of on 2 tires. So, I think that's actually a very smart thing for McDowell and the 71 team to do right now. And hey, give it 10, 15, 20 laps, which is almost nothing at this track. And yeah, he'll probably be right back on it, assuming he doesn't get wrecked by all these drivers trying to run him right over. There we go. He's on the out. McDowell on the outside as Byron, Larson, and now Ty Gibbs have all passed him. Again, just trying to hang it tough, see if he can get something going with these 2 tires. But again, 2 tires I think is better off if you can get multiple people to try it with you, because then you at least have some buffer between yourself and 4 fresh tires. But once you end up on that outside with nothing but 4 fresh tires underneath you, it's like, okay, not much competing there. As McDowell continues to slide further back, but he did at least avoid causing any actual wreck. And so he didn't spin the wheels, didn't have any major issues there. And hey, that saves him a set of left side tires for later in the race. But yeah, here we go. Christopher Bell trying to find any way around this 71 car. Looks like Bell's going to try to the top of the racetrack. Alright, but yeah, again, right now we're just working our way through this one. 40 laps complete here. 40 laps down, and we are just chugging our way through this one. Again, Byron in position to try and go for this win. Bell trying to work his way towards the front. Bell does clear Michael McDowell, and now it looks like it's going to be Todd Gilliland next up to try and pass Michael McDowell. But again, as long as he ends up in better than about 13th, 14th place, the 2-tire strategy appears to have worked out pretty well here. As the 41 of Cole Custer gets very loose in the Texas A&M car. There we go. The 71 moves to the outside, runs right door to door with the 11 or the 19 of Briscoe. Oh, whoa! Someone got really loose back there. That is the 77 of 77. A host of our nearly got taken out there, but managed to hang on to the very loose race car, and yeah, we got ourselves a conversation going here. Again, Byron, with Byron leading, Larson's lead over Bell though has been cut to 14 points, and shrinking fast as the 20 cars continuing to try and carve up the front of the field. Oh man, these cars are getting really loose. Brian Keselowski there, sorry, not Brian Keselowski, Ryan Preece just got very loose in his Roush Racing number 60 car. And Ryan Blaney trying to make some moves here up the bottom of at the bottom of 3 wide here. Again, these drivers doing everything they can to try and keep this one going, but man, is it a sketchy racetrack right about now. Alright, there we go. Again, 14 laps to, or not 14 laps to go. We got, we've still got 60 laps to go. 60, more than 60 to go. Yeah, 80 to go. 80 to go here. Chase Elliott, Chase Elliott takes third away from Ty Gibbs once again. And Chase Elliott continues to just storm the front of the field here. Now, I will say, Chase Elliott not running the bottom is going to be interesting because if anybody goes to try and pass him back, he's leaving the door kind of open for them to potentially dive bomb him, which is kind of interesting. Again, most people I don't think would look at how far up he's moving off the track and think, oh yeah, I'm just going to drive in there. But I wouldn't put it past somebody in a desperate situation potentially trying that one. Alright, so again, there we go. But yeah, again, Byron, Larson, Elliott out here in front of the field. But even with Larson running, even with Elliott running all the way up in third place, he's got 65 points that he needs to make up on Larson. Which is just flat out not going to happen here. Again, we got Christopher Bell's on board as he's right behind his teammate Denny Hamlin in the 6th position. But wait a minute. Hold up. Todd Gilliland has the fastest lap of the day? What on earth? Todd Gilliland, fastest lap of the day? That is weird. I mean, hey, I'll take it, but man, that is a weird way to go about this. Alright, so there we go, showing Bell's round-by-round playoff performances. Had a really rough start at Darlington, has not finished outside the top 10 since then. As again, these drivers, I'd say a lot of tire rubber on the camera lens. That's a little bit of a weird one with just how much the tires seem to be leaving behind on the racetrack. Yeah, again, Logano, Gibbs hanging on in those top 5 positions. Again, 3 of the top 4 are all must-win drivers. All 4 of the top 4 are all playoff drivers. Wow, Ty Gibbs just punted the 99 way up the track. The number 99 car just got absolutely sent by Ty Gibbs. So far, Casey Mears is the only driver to lose a lap around this track as of right now. Alright, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're at a side-by-side commercial break. You're not missing anything. Again, right now you got the 300 cars, 1, 2, 3 under a blanket here for the lead of the race. Again, you got Byron, Larson, and Elliott all packed up right together there. So there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, 71 laps to go in this first stage. Again, a lot of laps, but let's say at least they click by pretty quickly here. I mean, we're about a half hour in, and we've gone through 60 laps. So we're on pace for 120 laps an hour, which would put us. Let's see, let's say we average 120 laps an hour. Two hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. So a little over 4 hours if we can average this pace out, which 4 hours, not the worst timing. Now again, do I wish this race was a little quicker? Sure. Or a little shorter. But by no means is it the worst thing in the world here. Alright, so we got a Goodyear ad going here as we are just watching cars kind of pacing around here. Ryan Blaney has got to start thinking that he's in a very deep hole here at this point because he is still not made himself a threat as of right now. He's back in the 18th position. He's actually not done terrible at moving through the field. It's just a matter of the fact that other drivers are doing better as they cross the halfway point in stage one. All right, so there we go. A little aggression being shown again. Yeah, for the most part, these drivers are, especially the 300 guys at the front, they're not going to overly pressure each other as all three of them are in the playoffs, and two of the three of them are all racing for the spot in the next round. So. Here we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Oh, man. So again, Byron, Larson, Elliott at the front of the field. The 300 cars. I feel like that's going to be the theme of the night. Is going to be Hendrick versus Penske, and as of right now, you've got 3 Gibbs guys though inside of that top 10. Actually, all 4 Gibbs cars are inside the top 10. With Briscoe just about being in 10th place. There we go. So we do have a pretty good battle going. Again, I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening if we do get a real Hendrick versus Gibbs fight right at the front of the field, where all 300 cars line up on the inside and all 4 Gibbs cars on the outside of Hendrick. All right, Blaney up 14 spots since the start of the race. SVG up 9. Gilliland up 8 spots since the start of the race. Mike McDowell is leveled off in 23rd, it looks like. So, again, not a great start for McDowell, but hey, at least now he knows that, hey, 2 tires, probably not the right call. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Man, the lights are bright in here. Might try dimming the lights a little bit in a minute to try and give us a little bit better viewing experience. But again, as of right now, Chase Elliott just trying to follow the 5 car through the lap traffic as they're currently passing Casey Mears to put him a second lap down today. Again, William Byron a nearly 2-second lead on his teammate Kyle Larson for the lead of the race. That's an insane gap. Meanwhile, there we go. Blaney fighting it out with Reddick for that 16th position. All right, here we go again. The 24 getting to the inside of the 51 of Cody Ware. Again, Byron just absolutely crushing it through this lap traffic. Just putting him up, putting him down, and moving on to the next one. And again, as of right now, I don't know that there's any real stopping William Byron outside of those yellow flags here. There we go, another touchdown for Drake May. All right, there we go. All right, so again, 55 laps to go here. Everybody's kind of settling in, and Todd Gillen still has his fastest lap of the day, which is just insane to think about. 24 William Byron getting a little bit tangled up in lap traffic, but managed to get it straightened out. Passes him back, and there we go. Here we go. Let's see. Again, here comes Larson coming up to the same lap traffic that just gave Byron a little bit of trouble. Again, Larson able to close in a little bit of that gap, but that's only because Byron is having trouble with lap traffic, and if that same lap traffic gives Larson trouble, then it'll be a problem. All right, there we go. Showing the showing this crash from Vegas is really why William Byron's in this deep hole. Because actually, really, the last 2 weeks in a row, he's had contending race cars. And at Vegas, he ran into the back of Ty Dillon because Ty Dillon didn't put his hand out the window to signal that he was coming to pit road. And then at Talladega, he gets spun out of nowhere from behind him. So, I mean, really, both of those races were races Byron should have had good point stays at and ended up way further back. So, William Byron crosses the 1,000-lap sled on the season mark. There we go. All right, here we go. Again, Byron trying to give some bumps here to see if he can get by Nemechek. And Nemechek not exactly playing the most friendly with the Hendrick driver. We're just working our way through this one. And say again, we got 47 laps to go in this first stage. Again, not a whole lot of action here as we've kind of just gotten into a little bit of a lull. Not a lot of passing going on. It's kind of just typical Martinsville here, working their way through lap traffic. Larson is closing in on the back bumper of Byron here, but again, I don't expect those two to really get too upset about. Here we go. And Elliott to the inside of John Hunter Nemechek trying to make this pass happen. I desperately need an energy drink or something because my energy is drained today. Again, Byron, 10 top 5 finishes this season. Only one of those top 5s coming in the last 10 races. That's alarming. So good early in the season, but during these playoffs, he's really struggled to put it together, and not always his own doing. Again, as we mentioned, those last 2 weeks have not been his fault, but have been poor results regardless. All right, so again, Byron Larson, Elliott. Again, not really a whole lot of threatening at the front of the field either, because all these drivers are separated out enough and/or are teammates and don't really have a reason to be too aggressive. So So they're just showing off some of the history of the number 24 for Jeff Gordon over the years. Gordon winning 4 championships there in that car number. Yeah, from starting in '95, I believe was his first title, all the way through to his final title in, ironically, the year I was born, 2001. All right, I'm gonna go run to use the bathroom, and we'll be right back, guys. All right, there we go. Are we back? All right, looks like we're back. Not sure why why or when my mic decided to disconnect, but yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. 4 laps to go. Joey Logano was chewing into William Byron's lead there for a minute, but Logano got caught up in some lap cars and has basically completely fallen off the speed category. But Logano looked to have some Terminator level speed there down the stretch. Ultimately, gonna come up short. He will finish in the second position here. It looks like in this stage, as we are gonna go ahead and get this one ready. That is gonna be this flag. Nope, not that one. That one. There we go. Alright, so 2 laps to go here. William Byron out in front of the field. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Oh! Yeah, Denny Hamlin with a major incident there of some kind. Manages to avoid damage, but say that looked pretty massive there in terms of how far out the line he got. And here we go, off of turn 4. It's going to be William Byron, the stage win. Logano second. Third will be Kyle Larson. Fourth, Elliott. Fifth should be Ty Gibbs. Denny Hamlin sixth. Seventh is going to be Ryan Blaney. Eighth, Christopher Bell. Ninth, Todd Gilliland with that fastest lap point as of right now. And Austin Cindric running out the top 10. And there we go. Yellow for the stage. There we go. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're back. Hopefully, yeah, again, no idea why the mic cut out on us earlier, but we're back. Mic is all working, and we are here. Alright, let's see. Colts game doesn't start for another hour and a half. Let's check my fantasy teams, see how I'm doing. Okay, I've got a good chance to win this one. All right. Despite the fact that Saquon Barkley is absolutely stealing the Giants' lunch money. James Cook and Josh Allen are right back to it. Jalen Waddle doing some work for the Dolphins. So there we go. Not to mention Cincinnati's defense is giving up a ton of points to the Jets. All right, let's see. What about the work fantasy league? My work one, I don't even think I've checked my work one yet today. Okay, I have checked it, but yeah, Bijan has not done much for me today. I'm going against Saquon on that one, of course. Jalen Waddle has picked it up for me recently, and the Eagles' defense against the Giants isn't doing too bad, but yeah, it's not looking good in that one. And then in Superflex, another touchdown there for Drake May. I got a 63% chance to win that one. All right, I'll take what I can get here. Xavier Legette's had 1 target for 0 catches. Yikes. At least my opponent has a quarterback who isn't even in the game playing. And we're back from commercial break. We are... Yeah, there we go. They're back from commercial break, waving the... got Xfinity Rewards members doing all the stuff for the start of the race. And we are ready to go. We got 27 people popping on in here for today's NASCAR Xfinity Series race. Yep, again, we're currently at the end of Stage 1, getting ready for Stage 2. Should be seeing everybody coming in for 4 tires and fuel here as they come down pit road. And, well, I say everybody that is on the lead lap will. I'm kind of curious to see what the drivers who got lapped will do, considering there are a lot of them. I mean, they lapped all the way up to what was it? Tyler Reddick in 14th potentially was the first car one lap down. I mean, that's insane. That's an insane amount of lapping cars. All right, so there we go. Coming out of pit road, it's going to be Byron winning the race off pit road, but it looks like, yep, Logano over Larson. Elliott, Gibbs, no change through the top 10. Wow, the entire top 10 stays exactly the same on and off pit road. That's rare to see. Nobody had a slightly slow stop. Again, this and say we are getting ready for this one. All right, there we go. It's been a pretty good race, all things considered so far. Certainly would not complain about it whatsoever. But I will say the fact that there hasn't been a whole lot of discussion because of the fact that everybody's in a win in your in scenario down the stretch of the points. We got a lot of moving and shaking around there. Yeah, again, all the entire top 10 basically stayed the same. Outside of it, looks like maybe Gilliland dropped back and Ryan Preece moved up. But most of the almost the entire top 10 stayed the exact same on and off pit road. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, we'll be covering all 3 races next weekend. Truck Xfinity Cup. Again, trucks being on Friday night. Don't be alarmed. There's a good chance I will still be in my Halloween costume for that one. So just be prepared. There we go. But yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Oh, there we go. 27-yard run for Drake May. Let's go. That should be some good rushing points. So we're coming back from commercial break here, getting ready for the start of stage number 2. Welcome on in. We got 33 people. Wow, we got 33 people hanging out in chat here for a Martinsville race that is going to decide who races for a championship next week in Phoenix. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. There we go. Alright, coming back from commercial break here. We're getting ready to go ahead and see what we got here. so here we go. End of quarter number 3 for the Dolphins game. So it looks like the Dolphins might actually be able to get another score in. Might be able to score another win here, as they're getting ready to go racing here at Martinsville. All right, so we're getting ready to go back racing here. Here we go. Pace car's off. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Let's see. Logano versus Byron. 2 drivers who need a win on the front row. Here we go. Byron going to lead them off turn number 2. But Logano putting an aggressive block on Kyle Larson to try and hold on to second place. Here comes Chase Elliott on the outside. Again, we saw Chase Elliott with some pretty good speed here in the early portion of the run. But again, Logano was able to just turn on some next level speed at the very end of the run. So again, this gap between Bell and Larson a little bit closer than it was, as Bell moving even closer to the top 5 here. Ty Gibbs starting to get a piece of these Hendrick cars, looking like maybe the Hendrick cars aren't untouchable like they were in that first stage. Christopher Bell up into the 6th position, only a couple spots ahead of him is the 5 of Kyle Larson, who he needs to outrun today. And he's going to need to do a lot because he just lost a bunch of points in that stage to ensure against a potential new winner. Again, right now, Chase Elliott trying to make this outside line work, and Bell is kind of hesitant as to whether or not he goes with Elliott on the outside or sticks with his teammate on the bottom line here. Looks like he is going to stick with his teammate, at least up to now, on the bottom line, which I think is the preferred line anyway, but... Oh, come on! No! Michael McDowell on pit road. Come on! Alright, so here we go. Again, Ty Gibbs in directly behind the 5 of Kyle Larson, just freight training the number 9 car, trying to move Chase Elliott further back. Todd Gilliland in 11th, still the fastest lap of the day. But, again, right now, Bell keeping it very close and keeping Larson honest, because Larson's got to be careful. He can't get too comfortable just because he has a double-digit lead. The double-digit lead can evaporate quickly here. Again, though, Chase Elliott still fighting on that outside is making this one very tough for Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin sticking with his teammate Bell here, giving him a nice push. Trying to help him force his way through the bottom here. And again, Ty Gibbs up in front of them. 3 Toyotas lined up together on that inside track. Again, these Toyotas are doing really well. Say very similar to how the Hendrick cars were doing earlier in the stage. Looks like McDowell might have just come out of pit road. And now he's going to be fighting to try and stay only 1, maybe 2 laps down. Let's see. Is that going to be 2 laps down? Let's see. Looking for Bubba Wallace on, or not Bubba Wallace, Michael McDowell on the lap down list here. No, that's... Oh, yep, there we go. Mike McDowell, 2 laps down. Yep, so he's going to be fighting to try and avoid going 3 laps down. Which, granted, if he's on fresh tires, he should be better off, but I don't know what caused him to have to pit again when he should have been on pit road that last time by, unless he tried to take a waiver, unless he ended up a lap down, tried to take a waiver round, and then ultimately had to come back to pit road because he was on old tires. So there we go again. The 9 car of Elliott now has lost a spot to the 20 of Christopher Bell. Looks like he's finally going to get in line just ahead of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin smartly lifting as the 9 car was going to chop down in front of him there. Alright. Oh no, Blaney may have a loose wheel. That's not good. Hopefully, and that's the problem with a track like this, is you're not going to, say, if you have a loose wheel, barring a caution, you're not going to have a natural chance to fix it for a while, so you're either going to have to make an unscheduled pit stop to try and avoid the tire coming off, or you're going to have to ride it out and hope you get a caution before you become the caution. But yeah, here we go. Watching a replay here. It's going to be Cole Custer blocking the 10 all the way down to the bottom. Or not the 10, blocking the 1 car of Chastain all the way down to the bottom there. Chastain gets heavy on the brakes, but nothing he could do about that with how far down the 41 was trying to force him. And that is just one of those racing deals, and man, you hate to see these drivers getting into it like that, because if you try playing that game, that game can be dangerous there. So yeah, right now though, Chase Elliott driving car number 9, trying to get around Christopher Bell here, looking to the bottom of the racetrack. Chase Elliott on the inside gets side by side with Bell. Bell going to try and run him off the top side here. But again, Chase Elliott, the shorter way around the racetrack. We just saw the 9 lose a bunch of spots through that same exact method. Problem is for Chase Elliott is at the 20 as a teammate right behind him. So now Christopher Bell able to get in line directly behind the 9. And will maybe be able to return that favor. Speaking of returning favors, here comes Kyle Larson on the outside, trying to go around the outside of Joey Logano, who is 1 position away from realizing everybody's deepest fear with this season, which it seems to be a Joey Logano championship run. Which, granted, Joey Logano has not been very good this year. Yeah, and probably doesn't deserve a spot at the championship, but he is one of the best drivers at Phoenix if he can just get there. So if he does win this one, he's going to be a heavy favorite at Phoenix, I'm sure. But again, they're working their way past the number 3 car here. Again, Larson keeping Logano as close to him as possible, but they're both eventually going to run down this 24 car of William Byron at the front. And right now, Byron, I'm not sure Byron has the kind of speed. I'm not sure if Byron has enough speed to deal with Logano. And obviously he's had the clean air for the majority of the day, so it hasn't really come into play that he's been needing to worry about speed in his car. He's led 150 laps already. 159 already, actually. But yeah, again, right now, though, this one is just working our way through this one. Let's see. Joey Logano, one of the best defenders one of the best defensive drivers in the Cup Series. So if he can just get ahead of Byron, he might have a good shot at just defending the entire time. Although Elliott, Byron, and Larson all appear on that list as well in terms of best defensive drivers in the league, in the series. So, again, the fact that Joey's on top is great, but the 3 guys all around you, the 1 guy ahead of you and the 2 guys directly behind you are all right on that list too in terms of good defense. So, if you do end up losing a spot to them, it'll be just that much harder to get by them. All right, and they're going to a commercial break. We're just going to keep chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, let me know who you guys are rooting for to win this race, who you guys think is going to win this race, or, in general, who you guys think is going to be win the championship. Let's go ahead and see. Oop, Dolphins put up another 7 points. Let's go. Looks like it is definitely going to be a Dolphins win this week. And by any shot, nope, of course it wasn't a Jalen Waddle touchdown. That would have been way too easy. Yep, there we go. James is cooking now. How many touchdowns is that? 2 touchdowns and over 200 yards. Alright, so there we go. Again, the Toyota bunch there working their way through this one, but again, the fact that Chase Elliott's driven right back up to his Chevy teammates is not making this a whole lot better for Christopher Bell. And Christopher Bell needs to be competing with Larson at this point, or he needs to be absolutely hoping for a Kyle Larson win at this rate. Because right now, Kyle Larson's the only one really in shot of the win that wouldn't upset the 20s playoff hopes. So there we go. Alright, so again, we're at a side-by-side commercial break. They're showing the 12 car trying to make a pass here on the, and they cut away from it. I was gonna say trying to make a pass on the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Now you got Bubba Wallace versus Kyle Busch dueling it out at the in the middle of the pack here. I'm not even sure if they're on the lead lap. I know Kyle Busch was getting lapped last I knew. Let's see. Yeah, no, Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace are currently 19th and 20th, and everybody 16th on back is currently one lap down. And Tyler Reddick's not very far away from ending up right back down a lap as well, so. Yeah, they're working their way through this one, but it is a rough one out here. They're coming back from commercial break, though. Again, Bubba Wallace versus Kyle Busch. Sounds great for Kyle Busch, but when you realize it's a battle for 20th while a lap, or a battle for 19th while a lap down, a whole lot less exciting here. Ooh. Oh, Bubba Wallace nearly turned Kyle Busch to try and get underneath him. Okay, now I see why we were highlighting that matchup, because, yeah, Kyle Busch ain't going to be happy about that one. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. So again, oh, was that Bubba Wallace putting a hand out the window? I can't imagine why he would be the one potentially signaling displeasure to another driver, because, I mean, you're the one that flat out drove over Kyle Busch to try and get the position. But yeah, again, we're working our way through this one. We're 47, almost 50 laps into this stage, so we're about 80 laps to go in this stage already. As, yeah, we're just working our way through this one, and it has been a very long, we've been long green flag runs up to this point. Only one caution for contact so far, and it was a minor spin by I think it was, what was it, Suarez? Alright, so yeah, right now we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Again, Byron has left them all behind in the dust here once again. There we go. Let's go ahead and skip around to ads here real quick, since I happen to catch it. But yeah, again, Byron's pulled it out to a 1.5 second lead over Joey Logano. So once again, Byron just leaving everybody else in the dust. So Byron definitely seems like he's going to be a threat for the win today. A lot of other playoff drivers, though, in and around the top 5. And even top 10, but I think Chase Elliott's being patient, trying to not overdrive his car. Yeah, well, if he wants to try and say we'll have to wait and see, I guess, when we get through this second stage, because obviously The only thing that matters to majority of these drivers is that stage 3 result and the end of the race, because at the moment, Byron, Elliott, Logano, all of them are all must wins. Even Blaney back in 8th place. We do have all 4 must wins though up inside the top 10. So there we go. Not to mention we also have 3 of the other literally the only playoff driver not in the top 10 right now is Chase Briscoe, and again he's already locked in, so he's good at this one. Let's see. Denny Hamlin is yelling at the team to tell Ty to let Christopher Bell, who's in front of him, go through. Oh boy. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Apparently Denny's calling for the team to start doing some race manipulation here, because he says that Ty Gibbs needs to let the 20 by, because and obviously the 20 needs these points as bad as anybody. But Ty Gibbs has been just kind of running his own race here, just patiently right ahead of the 20. I haven't really even seen the 20 be able to make much of a move on the 54, so I don't know. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. So, again, Denny Hamlin once again just pressing for, and this is actually the second time in these playoffs that Denny Hamlin's been agitated about the way that Ty Gibbs' race teammates obviously led to the intentional wreck at New Hampshire when Denny Hamlin just junked to the 54 car. And I'm kind of curious if we see something similar to that if Denny Hamlin does get ahead of Christopher Bell here, who is now stacked to them up, and now Ryan Blaney's on the back bumper of Denny Hamlin. If I'm Denny Hamlin, though, I don't know. I don't know why Denny feels the need to tell Ty Gibbs, especially when, again, they haven't even been close to his bumper for the last 5 laps. So, I certainly don't understand understand Hamlin calling for Ty Gibbs to give up a position. But as of right now, 6 wins at Martinsville for Denny Hamlin's career. That's pretty good. But there goes Denny Hamlin up the track and going to end up giving up a spot to the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney gets that spot over Hamlin. Again, though, none of this really matters until Blaney gets up there and can fight for the win, because, again, he's not really in a position to be fighting for this one. So I am curious to see what ends up happening down the stretch here, though, if we have, say, all 4 drivers who are in must-wins fighting at the front of the field. Because that could get really sketchy. I mean, we already have 3 of the 4 near the front, but if you just swap, say, Larson and Blaney, I'm curious to see if anything would survive a restart like that. And again, here comes Byron in right behind Michael McDowell, getting probably a little bit fed up with trailing right behind them. Going by, he's got Tyler Reddick on the outside. AJ Allmendinger also on that outside. And a couple of guys that are going to be losing their laps. Again, Mike McDowell, though, fighting hard to try and keep this lap. And again, Joey Logano going to see if he can find his way through this field even faster than Byron did and be able to close in on him. Again, a bunch of Toyota drivers, not sure how well they'll work together with Logano, but as of right now, not looking too bad as they go to commercial break here. just past halfway in stage number 2. Just past halfway. So there we go. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Hopefully Bell finds a way to point his way into the championship 4. Well, at the moment, the only way for him to point his way to the championship 4 would be for Kyle Larson to take a pretty substantial tumble. Because Kyle Larson running up ahead of him all day long, and now Blaney passing Christopher Bell, that's going to be another point that he's not going to get. So, again, a lot of these are going to be there. But, yeah, again, that's going to just come down to because, yeah, again, right now, Christopher Bell just needing to find something. Because his car has not been able to sustain these long runs here. The fact that we're going into our, we're going on to yet another long run. 130 laps, potentially all the way from the green flag to the checkered. And honestly, the fact that we've only had 17 caution laps. I mean, yeah, it's only 2 cautions, so we're still averaging like 7 to 8 laps of caution for yellows, but that's honestly not as bad as what we were seeing the other night with nearly 10 laps of caution per caution. All right, so here we go. But yeah, Larson 14 points above Bell, so if we do get a new winner, likely it would bump out Bell, not Larson, unless Larson, again, were to take a big tumble down the standings. But now Christopher Bell losing a spot to Ryan Preece. Are you kidding me? At some point, you got to stop your own free fall here, Bell. Because, yeah, that's another, essentially, that's another 2 points lost if he can't get those spots back. Because, say, that'll be the stage point and potentially the race point if he can't get back up there. Yeah, Christopher Bell's car just seems way off the pace, especially after about 20 laps, 20 to 30 laps into a run. It seems like it really starts to stall out. And once you get to 50 to 60 laps into a run, his car just completely dies on him. All right, there we go. But yeah, here comes Todd Gilliland, still, I believe, having the fastest lap of the day. We'll have to wait and see when he goes and passes Christopher Bell here in a second, which the fact that Todd Gilliland is in a position to pass Christopher Bell. And there he goes. Todd Gilliland passes Christopher Bell for the 10th position. Like, seriously, this is just ridiculous at this point that Christopher Bell falls off this far on speed. And now he's going to be getting pressured by Shane Van Gisbergen, which, a lot of credit to SVG. He's getting better on the ovals, but in no way should he be contending with Christopher Bell on a short, flat oval. I mean, that is Christopher Bell's wheelhouse. And say Larson now 22 points above Christopher Bell as he continues his free fall here. There we go. AJ Allmendinger finds his way through on the bottom. And yeah, Christopher Bell just, again, a complete and total free fall here. Luckily, the AJ Allmendinger was not for position because Allmendinger is 4 laps down, but still, if I think you're getting passed by a guy that's 4 laps down, I think a question needs to be asked here. Okay, it's not showing Gillen just having the fastest lap of the day now, but the fact that Byron still having led over 200 laps of this race is insane. Here we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, Byron with a 2.5 second lead over Larson in second. Larson in second is already going to be a problem because, yeah, that's going to be even more of an advantage for Larson over Bell. So Chase Elliott is oh, we got a spin! It's Ross Chastain! Ross Chastain goes around as they were going and pulling up. Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was Ross Chastain. It's Carson Hocevar in the American flag car. I've seen Chastain run a very similar number 1 car to that, number 77, with the big red, white, and blue American flag scheme. But yeah, no, Carson Hocevar is the one that goes around, not Ross Chastain. Carson Hocevar goes around and he gets it back going just before the pace car would have lapped him. So there we go. So Carson Hocevar was 25th when he spun. Yeah, all leaders are going to be on pit road. 4 tires, fuel. No questions here. Oh, and it looks like off the nose of next year's teammate, Daniel Suarez, already getting that relationship off to a slightly rocky start there. And no, I'm not talking Rocky. I don't actually know that Rocky movies well enough to make that joke. I was going to say, like, Rocky 4 level good or bad, but I don't know how good or bad the Rocky movies are, so I can't tell you which Rocky movie was the best one. And here we go. Pit road's open, and everybody's coming. 4 tires, fuel, get it done, get it quick, because a lot of tire dust coming out of the wheel wells of the 9 as they were changing their tires. A 10-second stop for Elliott, 2 seconds faster than he was the first time we kept track there. And ever so slightly faster than his teammate Kyle Larson here. Christopher Bell, you need a fast stop here. This is not looking fast. Christopher Bell going to be done in 10.7. Okay, not bad. So he is going to be behind a bunch of cars, though. And here we go. Byron wins the race off pit road. Larson second. Third is going to be Logano. 4th, Chase Elliott. 5th, Gibbs. 6th, Blaney. 7th, they're saying Denny Hamlin took 2 tires and gained 0 spots. I find that impossible to believe. There's no shot that Denny Hamlin took 2 tires and gained 0 spots on pit road. Unless they were having some sort of major issue on the one side and decided to call the audible to avoid losing track position. But honestly, with the fact that Denny Hamlin's already locked into the next round, I'd go ahead and give it full send it. Hey, Goat, how's it going? Alright, so we're just popping in here, getting ready for this one. Currently 40 laps away from the end of the stage. Saw a message. Do you think William Byron is going to win today? Well, if the last 215 out of 220 laps are anything to go by, then yes. And he was my pick pre-race to win, so yeah. Well, let's just say I think he's probably going to do pretty good here. Let's go ahead and refresh and give a quick NFL update. Kind of want to know who the Dolphins' touchdowns went to. Okay, it's 4 touchdowns from Tua. No rushing touchdowns. 1 to Waddle, 1 to Washington, 1 to A-Chain, and 1 to Ollie Gordon. Wow. 4 passing touchdowns to 4 different receivers, and 2 of them are running backs. That is hilarious. All right, well, let's see. We got Ravens over Bears 23-16. The Jets and Bengals are in a high-scoring shootout here, 38-24. Jets have the ball too, so it could even get even closer there. But Jets still look like they're going to lose. Bills crushing the Panthers 40-9. Then you got the Texans over the 49ers, currently 26-15. Then you got the Patriots who are up 30-13 over the Browns, and the Eagles up 31-13 over the New York Giants. So, quick NFL update while we were at commercial break, and yeah, we are here and ready for this one. He just might. If he does win today, he's gonna get the championship, right? Not a guarantee. Especially since Denny Hamlin and crew have been able to work on their cars for 2 full weeks after winning the first race of the year. Or not first race of the year, but first race of the round. But as I say, I think Byron has a pretty good shot at competing at Phoenix. Because a big part, obviously, Ryan Blaney won this race 2 years ago to advance. All right. Hey, Genius in Math, how's it going? All right, so there we go. So lights are off on the pace car. We're going to be getting ready to go back racing here shortly. 38. It'll be 37 laps to go and go green. All right, so here we go. But yeah, a big part of why the Penske's have been able to be so good the last couple of years, has been because they've won that opening race of the round. Here we go. Green flag's out. We're back to racing. Because, with Logano winning the first race of the round, I think it's been the last 2 years in a row, the opening race of the round has been won by Logano. So winning that early one allows Penske to already start working on the Phoenix car before they're even remotely close. So similarly, I'm expecting with Denny Hamlin here. Doing fantastic. Hopefully you're having a great day as well. And here we go. We got 36 laps to go. Byron out in front of the field. Larson, Elliott, a Hendrick Motorsports trio at the front, and then you've got the two hungry Penske cars, and it looks like Christopher Bell's finally going to get around his teammate, and we'll have to wait and see if Christopher Bell is able to actually do something with the track position now that he'll actually be ahead of his teammate, and I'm curious if Denny Hamlin is going to be doing anything to try and ensure that he doesn't get stuck behind his teammate for 20 years, so here we go. Oh no, Ty Gibbs actually able to outduel Christopher Bell on the top, so Christopher Bell ends up falling in line behind his teammate in the 54 car. Again, you got Ryan Blaney still trying to attack the outside line here on the outside of Chase Elliott. Joey Logano trying to do whatever he can to help advance that Penske duo up a little bit further, try and break up this Hendrick Motorsports trio. And I'm kind of curious if we end up seeing Logano try a 3-wide move up the inside at some point when he's got Elliott trying to side draft Blaney up there. That would be a dumb move, but there we go. Byron does take the fastest lap award that had been held by Todd Gilliland for a while. That's a bit of an advantage there, something we hadn't actually seen happen yet. And caution flag flies. It's not Cody. It's Cole Custer in the Texas A&M car here. Goes around. Caution flag is out, and we've got ourselves yet another restart here. So it'll be a restart with about 25 to go. 25 to go is what we're going to be when we go back racing, probably. All right, Blaney was scored ahead of Chase Elliott at the time of caution. That's going to be good. Hopefully that stays that way, because then we have the Hendrick cars getting broken up there, and the build submarine cars of Keselowski. Keselowski saw the 41 going down the track, tried to make an evasive maneuver, and then the 41 ended up going back up the track. So Keselowski with a near miss there, managing to avoid significant damage there, but that was some insane car control there from Brad Keselowski. So there we go. At this point, I'm rooting for any playoff driver that's not HMS. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, hey, Blaney, I would very much like to see Blaney as a part of the championship 4 again. Bell, would love to see Bell get around his teammate and actually be able to race for once, but at the moment, we aren't seeing that happening. But for me, it's anyone but Joey. I'll take I did pick William Byron to win just because I think logically it makes the most sense. But I would take a Kyle Larson win. I would take a Chase Elliott win. I'd take a Ryan Blaney win. I'd love to see Chase Elliott make another return to the championship. Because I think, one, the majority of the fan base wants that since he's the most popular driver. And two, I feel like a second championship appearance for Chase Elliott wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Might be his third, because I think he might have made it in 2021 when Kyle Larson dominated the championship. There we go. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Oh! I said, yeah, that might have actually been Josh Berry into the back bumper of Cole Custer. Oh, yeah, that was. Josh Berry in the 21 car got into the back of Cole Custer, causing him to spin like that. Okay. Pit road is open, but not very many people are coming. Maybe one. It looks like SVG might be the Lone Ranger on the pit road. Tyler Reddick also coming to pit road. It looks like maybe one other driver coming to pit road, but not very many drivers coming to pit road. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Dolphins are getting ready to end their game. Let's see. Some of these 1 o'clock games are getting ready to end. Bills, Panthers just hit the 2-minute warning. Ravens are in the final 3 minutes of their game. Texans, 49ers have entered the final 2 minutes of their game. The Jets have the ball. Oh, man, I wish I could see that game. The Jets have the ball with 6 minutes to go, and they're only down by 6. That's going to be, if the Jets pull off the win over the Bengals, that is going to be hilarious. Then you have the Bills leading over the Panthers, as I mentioned. Browns, Patriots, that one's got 4 minutes left, but again, the Browns are down by so much, it's not going to make a big difference. And the Giants are just waiting for their season to end, probably. Alright, so there we go. Will Cody, that's messed up. Oh. Yeah, my boy's Chase Elliott. Well, as I said, Chase Elliott is the most popular driver, so I can understand where not everybody's the biggest fan of the Hendrick drivers. But, again, it's honestly, I feel like Penske's kind of becoming the bigger enemy for most everybody. because people are getting tired of Penske winning 3 championships in a row, mostly off the back of Joey Logano's antics too. So, and Joey Logano doesn't do anything to help make Penske any more likable than they already are, or are not. And yeah, here we go. Looks like Bubba Wallace may also be coming to pit road. Nope, looks like maybe just getting in line. There we go. Again, yep, they're just getting ready to go back to racing here. Welcome on in. We got 37 people popping on in here. Welcome on in. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. We've been streaming all season long, and we will be here for all 3 championship races next week. We got trucks on Halloween night. We got the Xfinity Series on Saturday and the Cup Series on Sunday. So, again, another 3 days, 3 full days of racing ahead. And, yeah, we are going to be getting ready to go racing here. Lights are off on the pace car. Field is going to be in the hands of William Byron and Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney is going to line up alongside Chase Elliott in the outside line. Okay, interesting to see Blaney choosing the outside lane when inside same row was available. But here we go, coming to the restart zone. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We're back to racing. I don't like Joe Gibbs Racing. Yep, makes sense. Again, I feel like the Joe Gibbs Racing versus Hendrick Motorsports is definitely an added factor in there. And yeah, as I said, Penske, I think, is becoming the unlikable Death Star. Especially because Joey Logano at the helm. I feel like Blaney, is the likable driver of the 3. And I don't hate Cindric as much as I used to. I used to despise Cindric a lot more than I do now. Still by no means a favorite driver of mine, but Blaney is easily the most likable Penske driver. And speaking of most likable, there goes Ryan Blaney to second. Ryan Blaney all the way up to second place, and now he can try and have 2 very fast cars battling it out for the race lead at Martinsville and the potential win in your in spot. Again, this, Larson back to only a 10-point gap between himself and Christopher Bell, as Bell has gotten around his teammate, finally. And can now start to actually try and pick off some of these other cars at the front of the field. Going door-to-door with Joey Logano now for Christopher Bell. Down the back straightaway, into turn 3. He's got 90% of his car out ahead of Logano, and it looks like Logano is going to drop behind. Denny Hamlin, he gets down just ahead of Denny Hamlin there. And, we got a spin. Cody Ware goes around, and he's got a tire off. Caution flag flies as the tire rolls away from that 51 car. Caution flag is out at Martinsville. 3rd caution in a row. 4 cautions for cause already today. Right about at the halfway point, we're right on pace for the 8 yellows that I predicted. Yeah, we're right on pace for the 8 yellows for contact that I predicted. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Bell in my garage. Yep. Let's see. Who do I got that isn't doing too well? Briscoe. Yeah, we'll save our Briscoe usage. Because I got 3 Briscoes. I've only got the 1 Bell, so I could potentially try saving it, but yep, there we go. Yeah, again, now 17 laps to go in the stage. Let me go ahead and actually take a minute to go ahead and take care of my other lineups while we're under a caution flag. Only an 8-point gap between Bell and Larson right now. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man, I still can't believe we've actually made it through a full season without a single race delayed to a different day due to rain. I mean, there's no rain in the forecast for Martinsville, and if Phoenix, by some miracle, is the first race to get rain delayed to a Monday, it will not be a fun Monday. I can guarantee you that. Eliminating stage cautious while Cody Ware is on track. That would be a hilarious rule change, but I don't think they would do it. But yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, pit road should be open this time by, and we do actually have a lot of cars looking to come to pit road. Oh, the Hendrick cars plus Bell stay out. Most of the other playoff drivers coming to pit road. So we got a split strategy here. Split strategy here on pit road. Hendrick cars plus Gibbs or plus Bell stay out. The rest of them coming to pit road. I'm curious to see what ends up happening here. I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on here. Wait, what? Did they lock the garage already? Oh, no, they didn't lock it. Good. Alright, there we go. Got like 2 more rosters to go ahead and fix. Bell should have pit. I mean, again, I get the idea to if you just stick with the say trying to split the strategy. The problem is that I don't know. I don't hate the idea of not pitting here, but you're also going to lose track position, which track position has been Bell's biggest problem today. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're at a commercial break and under a caution flag, so you guys are not missing anything. I got 2 more lineups to fix, and then we will be right back with you guys here. Alright, one last roster to fix, and then we will be ready to go. We should be back to racing here shortly. They got a Sunday Night Football commercial, which is usually the last commercial they run before coming back to the track. And yet we got Rogers return to Lambeau Field tonight, or is it in Pittsburgh? I know it's Green Bay versus Pittsburgh. I just don't know who's the home team. Okay, yeah, it's at Pittsburgh, so. Alright, there we go. We got that all set up, and we are ready to go back racing here. Lights are off on the pace car. Final stage will be interesting, because I don't think neither one would hesitate to wreck each other for the championship. Neither one because there's a lot of different either ones that you could be talking about here, but here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of the 24 and the 5. Ready to go back racing. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. William Byron leads it down into turn 1 through 1 and 2. And say Byron out ahead of the field, but here comes Christopher Bell on the outside of Kyle Larson. Again, Bell needs these points so that if they do end up in a tight points battle, as of right now, Bell would be ahead by literally 2 points if he can just finish one spot out of Larson. So he needs Larson to finish at least one spot behind him, in the stage and the race if he wants to advance by finishing second with a potential William Byron win. But again, door to door, beating and banging your all the way around this track. 9 laps to go. Larson versus Bell. These two guys are going to use up the entirety of their cars fighting each other for second place. William Byron is going to win this by a lap and a half at this rate. Because these two not caring whatsoever about the battle for the lead as they're just dueling it out for this one additional playoff, this one additional stage point. And Chase Elliott just sitting behind there and just being like, I got to push my teammate because there's nowhere else to go. 8, now 7 laps to go. 7 more times around here. And Chase Elliott, again, looking up the inside. This time, looks like Larson might be finally starting to get the edge on the 20. Which would now start to allow, and Todd Gilliland's getting back into the mix here. But, yeah, it looks like the 20 is going to be able to clear behind the 5. No, he opts to try and challenge the 5 again, and now he's going to almost lose that spot to the 9. Cuts down in front of the 9, just barely gets down there in time. And now he's going to settle in right behind Larson, currently projected for a 6 point, to lose by 6 points at the moment. Again, with a new winner. If Larson were to get up there and win the race, then Bell's playoff troubles are fixed, because then Larson and Bell both make it by a lot. Because, there's mathematically no way for any of these other drivers to win the race outside of winning this race. 57, 67, and 68 points out for the 3 other drivers below the cut line that aren't Christopher Bell at the moment. Byron, not really sure where Byron sits at the moment in points because he's been leading all day. But at this point, I'm not sure there's any point to calculating how many points behind he is because, again, he's led the entire race up to this point outside of like a 5-lap stint. Wait, what? The Jets took the lead? Let's go. I mean, I hate it for the Bengals, but man, the Jets in position to win their first game. Let's go. I knew they were closing in on one of the funniest things possible, which would be winning that game, but I didn't know they were actually going to do it. There we go. Again, Bell versus Elliott, a little bit further back here, battling it out for third place. Yeah, I know. Originally he was 36 points behind, but now he's gotten 20 points in the 2 stages. Problem is, Larson and Bell have both been right there in the top 10 as well. Okay, the Jets did win. Nice. Stage win. Number 2 on the day for William Byron. Larson 2nd, Bell 3rd, Elliott 4th, Todd Gilliland 5th. Briscoe, Priest, Van Gisbergen, Reddick, and Jones, the other drivers to finish inside the top 10. All right, it is over. All right, nice. Congratulations to the New York Jets for avoiding the there's no time to switch. There's no time to switch them, and I made the right choice. I'm aware. I intentionally made the choice to pick Briscoe over Gibbs. I'm pretty sure I picked Briscoe over Gibbs. Oh, no, I chose Gibbs over Briscoe. Okay, well, again, they were shuffled up due to the stages, so I'm not too worried about it. Not to mention, I don't remember, that might have been my last Briscoe, so saving it for Phoenix versus what has been a middling performance for him. And just double check and make sure that was my last Briscoe, because that would explain why I was playing it safe. Byron at this track, he's led a decent chunk of races here before en route to victory, but yeah, it would not surprise. Again, it's not something that I think is impossible for him to go ahead and outdo. Oh no, I had Briscoes left over, but yeah. But yeah, again, Ty Gibbs has been running better throughout most of the day up until that last split decision on pit road. All right, well, let's go ahead and just lock in here. Again, we've got stage caution for the end of the stage. Right now, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. We got 42 people hanging out in chat watching this with us. Let's go ahead and since you guys mentioned the Jets game was over. Oh, wow, the Jets win by a singular point. Nice. Dolphins game also went final. Ravens game goes final as well, beating the Bears. Bills game goes final, beating the Panthers. And the Texans get a win over the 49ers as that game has gone final. Patriots beat the Browns today as well, and the Eagles game has also gone final. So all the 1 o'clock slate have gone final, and the Buccaneers Saints has kicked off. So all right, there we go. Surprised Ty Gibbs has been doing good since Mexico City. I mean, Ty Gibbs is a good driver. He gets a lot more hate than he should as of right, because of the fact that he, one, has his name on the building, which, again, he can't exactly control, but also, I think he's good enough to have earned some leeway. Oh, Ryan Blaney grabbed the fastest lap award there at some point, so right now Ryan Blaney has the fastest lap award. Here comes the front runners to pit road. But yeah, again, it's one of those things where being also the fourth car on a team, it's gonna be tougher. Alright, so there we go. 9.7 for Chase Elliott, 10.0 for Larson, 10.2 for Bell, and William Byron down in his final pit stall has not gotten out of there yet. All right, 6 drivers stayed out. The 45, the 12, the 11, the 22, the 54, and the 2 all stay out. Byron, Larson, Elliott, the front 3 off pit road. Chase Elliott could be the underdog. Well, if he does win this race to advance to the championship 4, that would definitely be an underdog winning, because I think anyone other than William Byron at this point would almost be a surprising winner. So yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yep, so Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, and Ty Gibbs, the front 5. Again, so 6, 7 drivers stay out here. Hopefully Kyle Busch wins if it's not a playoff driver. I mean, I would like to see it, but Kyle Busch also just came to pit road because he was the I believe he was the free pass, so he's going to be back on the lead lap, but that's not saying much because if you have to start tail into the field, you're going to have a tough time maintaining that lead lap positioning. All right, there we go. All right, so again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. So again, under 240 laps to the checkers here. Again, this race has been going by pretty quick. I mean, 260 laps in under 2 hours. I mean, again, the massive amount of green flag portion of this race definitely helps, and hopefully we will see more of that, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, hey, look, one of the championship 4 from the playoff Powerballs from the great state of Maine. Let's go. All right, so again, we are chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so they're back from commercial break. We're ready to go back racing here. And yeah, should be a good one here. They'll be doubling up this time by, and then we'll be going green flag next time by. So Reddick, 35 laps since last pit. Blaney and the rest of them, 23. And then obviously the guys who were just on pit road, like 3 laps since they were last on pit road. Kyle Busch will be restarting in 19th. And yeah, he'll be hoping for a caution here pretty early on so he can get that reset. And again, now that we don't have a playoff driver leading the points, it's still a 32 and 25 point advantage over William Byron for the lead. So again, Byron's still in a must-win. I mean, maybe again if Bell were to completely crash out at the end of this race, maybe there might be a slim point sway for Byron to get there, but I'd say it's way more likely we see a crash. That we see Byron get back up to the front than we see Bell getting wrecked out, since Bell is going to be doing everything in his power to avoid that reality. Here we go. Reddick goes to the bottom, Blaney to the top. Hamlin will follow Reddick to the bottom, allowing the 2 Penske teammates to line up at the top. Kind of surprised that Austin Cindric didn't choose to start up there with his on the top line with his teammates, and instead decides to line up a row or 2 further back. Yeah. Instead, definitely a weird decision making there, allowing Byron to leapfrog him. I mean, obviously, Cindric's not in the playoffs anymore, so it's not like he has a lot to do. But he stayed out. You'd imagine he'd want as good a track position as he could. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and skip around to ads, and let's get ready to go back racing. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Tyler Reddick and Ryan Blaney as we get ready to go. Green, green, green. Green flags out. We're back to racing. Yeah, they definitely could, but again, it would take a almost immediate wreck and for them not to come back out and still find a way to get some, because I mean, especially Larson's earned points alongside Byron the entire day. Like, yeah, Byron's earned a few more, but Byron's gained about 5 total points more than maybe at most about 5 more points than Kyle Larson has today, which would put him at about a 30-point advantage still. There we go. Ryan Blaney to the lead of the race, and that instantly goes and makes it right back to the same scenario it was with back when it was Byron out front and leading the race. So Ryan Blaney gets himself out ahead of Reddick, and he is going to try and take off running. Fastest lap of the day goes to Blaney as well, so there we go. But yeah, I mean, every time I've said a must-win, it's been highlighted with, well, if you get, like, the absolute perfectly timed wreck, which, again, wrecks these days you can usually go back into the garage, come back out on track, and survive. Because, I mean, all Larson would have to do to avoid getting outpointed by Byron would probably finish, like, what, 30th? All right, there we go. There's a lot of racing left on this track. Yeah, we're a little bit past halfway. Caution flag flies. Caution. Here comes Christopher Bell up the inside on Kyle Larson just before the caution flag comes out, and he gets by him. There we go. Christopher Bell getting by Kyle Larson for 9th. And yeah, again, right now, what's the caution going to be for? That's what I'm waiting to see. Byron to the back bumper of the 54 of Ty Gibbs. All right, they make it off the corner, no problem. All in a nice, neat single file line. All right, we know there's a caution coming. We just don't know where it's coming from. My TV is as far up as I can be, and yep, there's the caution flag. Oh, there it is. Yep. Almost said Ryan Blaney. It's been a while, but that's Josh Berry in the 21 that goes around, bringing out the caution and going to bring the field back to a slow it right back down. Oh, yep, the 23 of Bubba Wallace underneath 3 wide gets into the 6, who ends up the track into the 21, and the 21 just gets spun right back out. Yep, nothing Blaney could have done. Or why do I keep saying Blaney? I've been watching too much. I did just rewatch a couple of different races from 2017 in the past week or two, so that's probably why. But yeah, Josh Berry, nothing he could have done there to try and avoid that one. Nothing really even Brad Keselowski did overly wrong. Yeah, it was just an aggressive Bubba Wallace trying to shove it in there and see if it sticks. And, well, it stuck. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this race has actually it's been eventful. They've had some long green flag runs. We've now had some cautions mixed in. And now we just have to figure out how we want to do these last 220 laps. 220 laps. Yikes. All right, there we go. It's gonna play out good. The back is entertaining to watch. Yeah, again, honestly, as I say, if you just ignore the leader of the race, I feel like this race has actually been pretty good. So yeah, there we go. All right, so again, we're pacing here. Lights are still on the pace car, so we're going to be going. Oh, I don't even know if we opened pit road last time. I was gonna say we could have done a nice quick yellow there because this one really there was very little damage. Only maybe one car was probably gonna hit pit road, but ultimately they're gonna go ahead and looks like they're gonna send us to yet another commercial break. Are you serious? Yep, another commercial break. Great. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here. Currently under a commercial break and a caution flag, so you guys are not missing anything here. Oh, yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We're just waiting out these. I will say, these commercial breaks definitely feel very long and make the already long event feel even longer. But when you're at the track, it actually feels really nicely timed. Like I don't feel like there's really ever been a race where I've been at the track and I felt like, yeah, this is just taking way too long. Maybe the Bristol night race that Larson dominated a year ago. There we go. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. So we got 45 laps to go. Or not 45 laps. go. We got 45 people watching here as we've got a little over 200 laps to go here. Always interesting when you see someone wipe out. Yep. Yeah, well, and especially, like, I don't know what Bubba was thinking there. He's been making a bunch of those types of moves today, and I mean, at some point, they are going to come back to bite him. I guarantee you that. But yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. And I say, if we didn't have the Cup race, I was definitely thinking about streaming the Sunday Night Football game tonight, but I'm going to be way too tired after this one. I am looking at doing a football stream, though, ironically, the week after the Cup Series Championship. More on that in a minute. Pace cars off, fielding the hands of Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin. Green flags out. We're back to racing. Ryan Blaney on the inside, Denny Hamlin on the outside. This time the Penske's and the Toyotas split up. Denny Hamlin to the top side. Reddick chose the bottom. And similarly, the 22 ends up not lined up with his teammate in the 12. So a lot of kind of weird decision making there. But there we go. Denny Hamlin gets in line behind the 12. No problem there. And he is going to try and see if he can start to apply some of that pressure to the back bumper of the 12 car immediately. Again, if Denny Hamlin wins this race, that points battle between between Bell and Larson becomes a non-factor here because they are both well above William Byron in the points. Although William Byron having a very good run here up inside the top 10, and obviously having led 260 laps already today, puts himself in a very good position to try and win this one. Just going to come down to whether or not he can get that track position back and dominate the way he did earlier. Alright, so here we go again. But yeah, I can agree. It is definitely fun if somebody wipes out, as long as they're okay. That's always my first and foremost rule when it comes to cheering at a racetrack is you don't cheer about the accident one way or the other until you know the driver's okay. So, I've seen it though at the local dirt track. I saw Zach Audette completely spin out all on his own in the Vans race during their championship weekend. So yeah, there we go, and William Byron able to get by Tyler Reddick for fourth. So there we go. William Byron to the inside line. He will take over fourth place, and he'll try and establish himself on that inside line and see if he can run down the 22 Logano. All right, so we got ourselves a pretty good race going here. Again, 3 wide. Here comes Ty Gibbs. 3 wide up the inside. Chase Elliott all the way on the outside. Tyler Reddick just backs out of the middle because he did not want to be any part of that. As, again, Ty Gibbs continuing to try and make some aggressive moves. Here comes Christopher Bell to the inside of his teammate. Christopher Bell decided, yeah, I'm not getting stuck behind my teammate for another 3 hours like I was earlier. But there we go. Yeah, Christopher Bell makes the move past his teammate and up into the, what would that be, 6th place? 6th place for Christopher Bell. And it is currently a tie in points between Bell and Larson. Again, that tie currently, the tiebreaker currently held by Larson. If there is a tie, it looks like Larson will hold it. I don't know what the tiebreak is at the moment. Yeah, because like theoretically, if they both move further forward, as they did Larson have a runner-up finish? Let's see. Need a different race. Talladega. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll be with you in just 1 second. Larson. Yeah, so Larson had a 2nd place finish, so literally Bell would need to finish in 2nd place in order to win the tiebreak. And Chase Briscoe on pit road with an issue. Oh my, are you kidding me? Well, there's a 1,000 IQ play by me with keeping Briscoe in the garage. So, yep, looks like I might have made the right choice there with who to keep in the garage there. But, yeah, that gives Larson the 1 point he needs now. So, Kyle Larson, but then he loses it out to Ryan Preece and drops back to the tie. Again, Larson's still in position to advance, so, yeah, they pull it up. So, yeah, Larson's second over Bell's third at Vegas. Even though Bell has the much better average finish of third, eighth, and would be sixth. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like I intentionally did that. Because he hadn't really been running spectacularly, despite the fact that Ty Gibbs had been, so. Yep, definitely made the right choice on that one. Battle for fourth here, Chase Elliott to the back bumper of the 24, looking up the track, trying to maybe try and arc it. Again, there's a 4-car train here, third through sixth, all under a blanket here for the spot. And there's a small amount of breathing room between Hamlin and this group. And then Blaney has a little bit more of a pocket as well, as he is trying to make this one happen. And okay, that photo of Aaron Rodgers is just wrong. Aaron Rodgers has not been that clean shaven probably since his draft photo. And that, I think, was still back in black and white. But yeah, there we go. Imagine if Denny leads. I mean, outside of the amount of cheers and boos you would hear from the fans, it would definitely help his teammate Christopher Bell, because it would eliminate this back and forth points battle he and Larson are having. Which, again, at the moment, Christopher Bell doesn't have a whole lot of spots he can go forward without leading the race. So, as of right now, I think Hamlin winning this would be a great thing for Bell, because it would get Bell into the championship for it. We'd fill up 3 of the 4 championship spots with Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas over Hendrick Chevys. We're already guaranteed that 2 of the 4 are going to be Joe Gibbs Toyotas, regardless of the result. But again, we got Blaney, Logano, Byron, Elliott. Any of these guys win and they are in. And for a lot of them, it's basically their only realistic path to the championship for. Man, okay, there we go. All right, Joey Logano starting to build himself the slightest amount of breathing room between himself and Byron. Byron also starting to build himself a little bit of breathing room as the 20 continues to attack the 9. Oh, gets to the back bumper. There we go. The first instance of contact there between the 20 and the 9 as Christopher Bell just letting Chase Elliott know, hey, I'm here. The next time it'll be, hey, move out of the way. The third time it'll be coming with an apology letter. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe Christopher Bell doesn't operate that way. We'll have to wait and see. And I say most of these drivers, though, should give you at least 1, if not 2, taps on the bumper before they send you completely around. So there we go. We've got under 200 laps to go here, 191 left. It's a long race, but hey, it's a pretty good one here. We got 48 people popping on in here. Thank you guys for everybody that's spent a portion of your very valuable Sunday afternoon here with us. We're still under a side-by-side commercial break, and NBC doesn't seem to know what a wide-angle camera shot can do for a small camera, for a small window side-by-side, but instead they are obsessed with doing these onboard cameras. So the back bumper, the 24, all over the rear bumper of the 22. Logano hangs on to that third position for now, but William Byron is going to be getting tired of him very shortly here. As again, the 24 Byron runs right in behind the 22 of Logano, even getting into his rear bumper just a little bit here. Again, the front 2 are starting to have some real breathing room between themselves, but Again, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are all right under a blanket together, all right together, and it is going to be a fight to the finish. All remaining 190 laps of this one. And again, if you fight that hard for that long, almost anybody is going to be mentally and physically exhausted. So we'll have to wait and see. But man, this race is getting interesting. Again, the battle between these guys all trying to get up there. Meanwhile, right now, Blaney's just racking up laps led the way that Byron was earlier. Again, it's almost like the 24 was more so benefited off of having the clean air for 260 laps than he was by actually being fast enough to earn that spot. Again, just something to keep an eye on it at a track like this. Track position means a whole lot, and if you don't have it, you're going to be missing it. And here it is. The 24 sends up the inside, door to door with the 22, and Byron's going to just clear him. All right, well, Byron might have just gone and heard me talking crap and decided, oh, you don't think I'm fast? Okay, here we go. Next gear. And drives right around Logano, clears him, and yeah, now he will set his sights on the 11 and the 12 at the front of the field. Again, the 11 and the 12, the two cars remaining ahead of him. So getting back to that front spot that he was so comfortable with earlier. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Let's see. Colts are up in our game, although I'm a little disappointed we didn't get more than 3 points on our opening drive. All right, here we go. Actually, do we have the Colts game that I can put picture in picture here? Nope. The only football game we get is Denver. Denver and the Cowboys. All right, so here we go, and they're talking with Chase Briscoe, who is officially out of this race, DNF'd. Honestly, DNFing not the worst thing in the world because that again will help with the fire policy on Bell to the point where hey, even if he does crash, he can't fall all the way down. So there we go, and is that the first DNF out of the race? Yeah, that is the first person to have DNF'd out of the race. Everybody else is still on track. So there's still definitely some room that we could see a driver falter a little bit. But again, that would still take a lot of scenarios to play out. And as of right now, we're looking at a 2-point gap between Larson and Bell. Bell needs to find 2 points or Larson needs to lose 2. So yeah, there we go. Could you imagine if Bell just had 2 extra stage points in the stages when he was stuck behind his teammate for 3 years? Man, the things that could end up making a big difference. Again, right now the 12 out in front of the field here. Blaney, Byron, the top 2 on speed. Then you got Gilliland, who was the 3rd fastest lap of the day. Larson and Chase Elliott, the top 5 on fastest laps of the day so far. 4 of them belonging to playoff drivers, 3 of them being Hendrick Motorsports drivers, and 1 of them having a pickle on his car. And yes, that is about the most vague way to describe Todd Gilliland's car, because half the people probably don't know what his car is. Is Denny Hamlin leads? That's terrible. Oh, you mean if Denny Hamlin leads, that's terrible? I mean, yeah, it would prevent. Well, right now, Denny Hamlin taking the lead would only prevent Ryan Blaney from getting into the championship 4, which I mean wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But I mean, if you want someone other than Penske in the championship 4, this would be your chance if Denny Hamlin could get up there and pass Blaney. Could you imagine if Bell can find those 2 additional points and or 3 additional points he needs, and Larson ends up being the one bumped out of the playoffs by Blaney? That'd be fun. And just think, if Hamlin had just won, it would have been Larson would have had a spot in the playoffs. Yeah, definitely can play both ways. But at the moment, Ryan Blaney out in front of the field, starting to lap these cars. And yeah, right now, ooh, wow, the 35 of Herbst looks really off the pace. You got the 9 and the 22 dueling it out door to door, but yeah, the 35 is really slow coming down the back straightaway. He's gonna get to pit road, but here we go. Both, Bell sees 2 points right ahead of him. He sees the 22 and the 9, both of them right ahead of him, and if they get to racing just a little bit, Bell should be able to go ahead and make this pass. He gets to the inside of Joey Logano and is going to be able to wash up the track, move the 22, and gets by him. That's 1 point. He needs 2 additional points because a tie won't cut it here. And say a tie at this spot on the racetrack won't cut it. He either needs to get up to second place if he wants to win the tie break, or he'll need he'll need to get 3 points, which would mean passing Chase Elliott and William Byron at the moment, which is 2 Hendrick teammates, which is not going to be an easy time to go ahead and pass. Let's go ahead and skip another round of ads here for you guys. And let's keep this one going on. Again, some of these drivers also have a little bit older tires than Christopher Bell. The front 2, Blaney and Hamlin, both on older tires than the rest of the field. Joey Logano, another one that was on the older tires. It's only 20 laps older, and again, at the amount of laps you run at this track, 20 laps is like nothing. All right, so there we go. And Kyle Larson just passed Ty. Is that really what happened? I thought I just saw some movement. Maybe it was Chastain moving up. But yeah, I saw some movement on the leaderboard. They're going to a side-by-side commercial break, and we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, so there we go. And again, these I've been really enjoying these Cup Series races. Hopefully you guys have been as well. We got 165 to go. Denny Hamlin to the garage. Oh, okay. Denny Hamlin to the garage. Are you kidding me? Man, Denny Hamlin now out. Well, there goes that hypothetical. Man, these Toyotas are really dropping like flies. Hopefully, Christopher Bell can avoid whatever the bug that's caught the other 2 Toyotas. Because the Toyotas haven't been crashing out here. Oh boy, everybody just went wild. Yep. All right, and one of my friends is saying that's the 3rd Toyota issue today, which, oh yeah, Riley Herbst. I literally completely forgot that Riley Herbst even existed there for a minute, but yeah. So Denny Hamlin is out of his car, and that's 3 Toyotas now with unexplained issues that have kicked them out here. Again, Christopher Bell hanging on to a hanging on to this one in fourth, but again, these are not good signs. Again, right now, Christopher Bell needs to gain 2 spots. All he needs is 2 points here. All he needs to do is get to second, and he will be in the championship 4. Now, while he's up there, he might as well just take the lead and win, but there we go. Hopefully Blaney knows how to defend himself from Byron, who seem to be passing people like they're parked. Well, again, as I said, Byron's if you're talking about Byron picking off lap cars, that's a lot different than passing people for position. And 2, we've seen him not look quite as dominant as otherwise. But yeah, there goes the 11 to the 11 goes into the garage area. The 19 and 35 are also in the garage with issues. Hopefully, whatever this terminal issue is does not hit Bell, because if it hits Bell, then we might see a world where we could see 2 Hendrick Chevys in the playoffs on points. But then again, Byron's up in second place anyway right now and could potentially just win his way there. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what ends up happening here. But right now, I think anyone who's any big Toyota fans out there have got to be on the edge of their seats here, as Kyle Larson just made the crucial pass. Oh wait, no, sorry, never mind. I thought Kyle Larson gained the spot. Nope, Christopher Bell lost one to Priest. But yeah, again, right now, all Larson needs to do is finish 6th or better, and he is locked into the he'll be guaranteed into the playoffs, even with a new winner. So 6th or better for Kyle Larson, and there it is, the pass for 6th as Kyle Larson goes and passes Joey Logano, and now Christopher Bell is in a must-win situation if there is going to be a new winner. Hopefully Larson Byron wrecks out. Oh boy, okay, we're starting. Those might be fighting words, considering how much I know Trev is a big Hendrick guy. Obviously, Chase Elliott's his first pick to win, but he's usually pretty quick to defend all of his Hendrick Motorsports guys. But right now, again, Larson, if he runs right there and we get a new winner, it's guaranteed that it will be the new winner and Larson moving on. And Christopher Bell, hopefully Christopher Bell doesn't fall victim to the same issue plaguing the other Toyotas. But again, we've seen other Toyotas starting to drop like flies here. All right, so there we go. Again, Ryan Blaney putting on a great show here in this one. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Again, Blaney out in front of the field with older tires, managing to make this one work. Meanwhile, William Byron is just trying his best to get through the same lap traffic. 1.6 seconds behind Blaney at this point. And Blaney catching up on Cole Custer here. That's a fellow Ford driver, but a Ford team that has downgraded massively in the numbers department, as they've gone from being a 4-car operation to a singular car effort here. All right, so there we go. Again, we got Blaney. Just looking for other storylines here. We got, again, Ryan Preece up in the top 5. There we go. The fact that Ryan Preece has managed to get himself up into the top 5 here, I mean, obviously, former Whelen Modified driver, he's raced this track a ton. But I was actually listening to him on a podcast the other day talking about it, and talking about the differences between a big block modified here and a next gen Cup car, which there are plenty of differences, obviously, and there aren't a whole lot of similarities, at least according to him, in terms of the driving style. So, kind of curious to see, but as of right now, Blaney, I think, is putting the entire field at least on some amount of notice here, as he is dominated this most recent 85 lap segment. Alright, so there we go. From I thought it was a Hendrick Motorsports 1, 2, 3, but forgot Blaney drove for Penske. Yeah. Yeah, well, again, I quite literally just completely forgot that Priest existed for a minute. So there we go. I want Byron to win. Yeah, well, Byron's one spot away from winning this one. And again, I think a lot of the Toyota guys are on their seats, on the edge of their seats, waiting to see what is going to happen for the number 20. Because again, all the other Toyotas are starting to have problems. Alright, there we go. I want Elliott to win. Yeah, again, Elliott's been running pretty well. He's up inside the top 5, but yeah, there we go. Why does everybody want William Byron and Kyle Larson to wreck out? Probably it's probably the anti-Hendrick sentiment, because I think there's a lot of people who are who don't like Hendrick because of the amount of love that they get. Well, yeah, then there's the race manipulation from last year. Again, there's a few different ways to. There's a few different reasons for it, but I mean the amount of crazy fans, not naming any people in particular, and not accusing anyone in chat of being, on this side, but I know my fair amount of Elliott fans that make me dislike Elliott just because of how irritating his fans are. Again, not all of them, not even a majority of them, but the small amount of them that are very vocal on social media. And yeah, again, the manipulation last year was not fun either. Watching Christopher Bell have his championship hopes dwindled away purely because he couldn't get around enough cars. While the rest of them all just stacked up behind Byron. So, yeah, again, a couple of different reasons. Yeah, right now, Blaney leading this race. Christopher Bell 6 points behind Kyle Larson, and again, with where Kyle Larson's running, Bell would need to win. The least insane Elliott fans. Well, again, I'm not sure which Elliott fans you're referring to or which Elliott fans you're even aware of, but I go on Twitter every 5 to 10 minutes, it feels like, and I'm seeing an Elliott fan who's like, oh, yep, greatest driver to ever suit up in a race. And it's like, yeah, sure, buddy. Or, oh, yeah, Elliott can do no wrong. Especially like when Elliott, especially like if you were on Twitter after Chase Elliott dumped Denny Hamlin at the Coke 600 a couple years ago. I think Elliott will be fine. As I say, it depends on what you qualify as fine, but I mean, 4th place right now won't get it done for him. He's gonna be he's currently 8th place in the standing, 64 points out. There's no path for Elliott outside of winning the race, so hopefully he's got that kind of speed, but he's 8.5 seconds off the pace, so unless we get we might be getting green flag pit stops, actually, if we keep this thing going, which would be actually pretty good. I would love to see some green flag pit stops occurring here. And Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Let's go. Touchdown, JT. There we go. Denny Hamlin after that. Yep, exactly. Yeah, the Chase Elliott fans after that incident were some of the most insufferable fans where it's like, oh, it wasn't intentional. Yeah, it was. And I can fully acknowledge there are other instances that have been insufferable in the same direction. So there we go. So yeah, 10-0 Indianapolis. Let's go. All right, so again, we're just chilling out here. They're talking with Denny Hamlin, his 4th DNF of the season. So he and Briscoe have had the exact same amount of DNFs. There we go. No, because Elliott right-reared Hamlin at 170 miles an hour through the tri-oval, and a lot of his fans on Twitter were defending Chase Elliott for it. And again, I'm not saying it was all of them. In fact, I think there were a fair amount of them that were reasonable. It's just the small minority of them that are super vocal on Twitter and other social media platforms. Not looking at any people in particular. Not ones in my friend group, for sure. But, yeah, no, I mean, as I say, drivers win and lose all the time. And, oh, here we go. We got a green flag pit stop occurring. Looks like might be Brad Keselowski being the first one to jump to pit road. Don't think that one's going to be enough to draw the rest of the field to pit road. But we do have the battle for the lead has actually shrunk to under a second here. Byron closing in on the back bumper of Blaney. Here comes Logano. There we go. That's the one that's going to start setting off the rest of the green flag pit stops. Joey Logano hits pit road. The first driver to jump to pit road. There we go. And here comes Chase Elliott as well. Chase Elliott, the second driver to hit pit road. Bell also going to follow down pit road. So again, the floodgates are open. Pit road is going here. Oh yeah, Denny's dead last. He and the other Toyotas have all had engine issues. Yeah, so the 35, the 19, and the 11 are all out of the race. So here we go. Yep, here comes the rest of them. Elliott, Bell, Larson, Gibbs, Jones, Byron, Priest, all heading to pit road. Kyle Larson, 4 tires and fuels, and he is gone and away here. And they're going to stop that one. They're going to say it was a 10.5 second pit stop. Let's see. We got Ty Gibbs going ahead and getting his service done here. Let's say now we got Blaney and Byron both on pit road getting their service done. Let's see if we can. Let's see. It's going to be a race to see who gets this one off pit road. It's not going to be Blaney. It's going to be William Byron with the win in the race off pit road. Byron's already back out on track. Blaney still has a long pit road to go. And Eric Jones goes around. Caution flag flies. Caution flag flies, and we may be in a really interesting situation. Chastain, Gilliland out in front of the field. How many laps down are Blaney and Byron? We're going to have to wait and see. Caution flag flies here. And this is about to change everything here. Yeah, there we go. And, once again, the 43 did lock up the brakes a little early, but then he gets taken out by Bubba Wallace coming down across his nose. Oof. And this was right in front of the new leader, William Byron, or who was supposed to become the new leader. No, they're actually showing Ryan Blaney has scored ahead of William Byron, so they must have come down a lap separated from each other. So Blaney must have come down the lap after because again they were on pit road at the same time, but yeah, Byron being done that much earlier and not being the leader on pit road, that tells me that it must have come down on. Yeah, they came down 1 lap separated. Bubba Wallace wants the action. Yeah. Well, he's certainly doing everything he can to try and get it. So here we go. Alright, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, again, we're just chilling out here waiting for this pit road to open. Again, Chastain, Gilliland, the leaders here. But yeah, so everybody up through 7th place. 7th place is the last car on the lead lap. Ryan Preece in 8th, Chase Elliott in 9th, all 1 lap down. SVG, Kyle Larson, everybody else, Christopher Bell, wherever he is, are all at least 1 lap down here. And we're about to see a bunch of cars coming to pit road. And oh, they're giving a penalty to Austin Cindric. What? What's the penalty for? Was he... Oh, he sped on pit road to try and... He sped on pit road to try and save a lap, to avoid going down a lap to the pace car. You can't do that, and they're gonna go ahead and give him a penalty for it. That sucks. Again, makes total sense because you can't go ahead and do that. Is William Byron a lap down? No. The top 7 are all on the lead lap. Ryan Preece in 8th is the first car 1 lap down. And Austin Cindric, I believe, might be going back to 1 lap down as well because he was speeding on pit road trying to beat the pace car off. So this time by, we should see pit road get opened here. And yeah, we'll see Chastain, Gilliland, Barry, Custer, and the others come to pit road. So we'll have to wait and see, but it's been a pretty good race so far. Hopefully everybody's having a good time here. You know, we're having a fun time here. We got a lot of people popping in here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. So yeah, there we go. Alright, was pit road open that time? Because if so, I didn't see anybody go. So maybe pit road wasn't open yet. Seems a little bit weird to not have come to pit, or not have opened pit road by now. Because I feel like we've, the caution's been, shouldn't have caused pit road to be closed for too long, especially since the cars have been back going plenty. So there we go. Coming to pit road now this time. Here we go. Chastain, the 34 of Gilliland, and the 21 of Barry will all be coming to pit road. Blaney, Byron staying out. Looks like Custer is staying out too, which seems a little weird, but I won't complain about it. That'll make for an interesting run. Oh yeah, Cole Custer was... They're showing Cole Custer as having come to pit road too, so... Alright. Yeah, and then we got Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Ryan Preece staying out. A lot of these cars will take the wave around that were only a lap down to Chastain or so. So we'll see some... we will see more cars on the lead lap than we otherwise would have, but still, the fact that there's going to be a fair amount of cars a lap down, it's not going to change that drastically. Again, there will be a few cars that shouldn't have been off the lead lap that will be down a lap. And yeah, just seeing another replay here of the 43 just getting spun around. Alright, so there we go. Heading to commercial break. Under caution flag as well, so you guys are not missing anything. Let's go ahead and get a football update. Mainly so I can go ahead and brag about my Colts. 10-0 Colts over the Titans. Oh no, they're first and goal from the 1. Great. No. I don't want to see the Titans score. Titans, can you just commit a penalty or something? Drop back a bit, maybe kick a field goal. But yeah, Buccaneers are up 7-0 over the Saints. Just hit the 2-minute warning before the half. And the Broncos are up 14-3 over the Cowboys. All right, who were the touchdowns for Denver? Let's see. Dak Prescott's been pretty bad. Okay, so it was R.J. Harvey, a 40-yard rushing TD, and a passing touchdown to Troy Franklin for Bo Nix. All right, there we go. Going back between the F1 race in Mexico City and the NASCAR race, yeah, I completely forgot that Mexico City even had a F1 race going today. All right, let's see. Yep. And there we go. The Titans score a touchdown, and that was number 72, reported as eligible, short pass to Guard Helm. Okay. So there we go, showing the Phoenix schedule. So Friday night we've got a Truck Series race. Then Saturday we've got the Xfinity Series race, and then Sunday 3 p.m. for the Cup Series. All right, yeah, Lando Norris out ahead by nearly 20 seconds. Shock and surprise that that's how the F1 race is going. All right, so we get lined up. Let's go ahead and see who all's on the lead lap, who's being shown on the lead lap now. Again, we've gotten, so we've had the wave around, and there are 16 cars on the lead lap. Most notably, you've got Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott are all back on lead lap. Any notable drivers a lap down still? I think most of these guys had been just a lap down. So there we go. All right, they're going to do the choose cone here. To the bottom of the racetrack goes Chastain and Gilliland. Again, the free pass drivers, though, having to start tailing to the field is going to be tough, even though they're a lot further up in terms of true running position. They're going to have to start tailing to the longest line, which is going to be really long. And here we go, doubled up, ready to go back racing here. Alright, so here we go. Pace cars off. Field in the hands of Blaney and Byron here as we get ready to go. Green, green, green. Green flags out. We're back to racing. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so there we go. The 12 able to jump out to a good lead here. Byron is going to settle into the second position. These two are going to duel it out. The next playoff driver is Chase Elliott, all the way back in 8th place in terms of running position. We'll have to wait and see where that ends up being when they actually complete a lap or two here. Probably going to be about 3-4 seconds minimum already. But again, two playoff drivers dueling it out. Both of them needing this win to get into the playoffs here. So there we go. Again, right now, Blaney and Byron dueling it out at the front of the field. Byron still not able to get to the inside of Blaney. So many different B names, but here we go. Again, we got ourselves a Blaney trying his best to hang on to that lead. Byron putting all the pressure humanly possible onto him. And let's see, a 7-point difference right now, again, for Larson over Bell. Again, if Larson gets to 6th place, that 6th place or better, Larson then forces the 20 into a must-win situation if we get a playoff driver to win. If we don't get a playoff driver to win, then yeah, whoever, it doesn't really matter who wins for as long as Bell has a halfway decent finish. All right, there we go. Again, right now, Larson on the outside of on the outside line trying to gain some spots here. Christopher Bell right in behind him as well. So we're seeing Bell and Larson working together here a little bit. Again, right now, Blaney and Byron at the front of the field, though, is going to be a tough one to get to, especially with all this traffic here. They've almost caught up to Chase Elliott, though, who, again, was the lead lap driver before the caution, I believe. But regardless, yeah, it's going to be a tight one here as they're running around. Going to be just, going to be crossing the 100 laps to go mark here shortly. And I'd say 100 laps to go. Wow, we're cooking through this one. And here we go. Again, we got Byron starting to, Blaney starting to separate himself from Byron. Here comes Christopher Bell around the outside. Can Christopher Bell hang on? Can he get around Larson? Because if he can get around Larson, that'd be great. Caution flag flies. The 77 Hocevar again. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so here we go again. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Sorry, friend sent me a message. Flight is urgent when it really wasn't. So there we go again. We're here. Alright, we're ready to go. Let's lock back in here, see if we can get back going here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. We crossed the 100 laps to go mark. There's a lot of the playoff guys on pit road here getting 4 tires and fuel. Again, going through a lot of sets of tires today. But again, Christopher Bell pretty much needed to because, again, it has been such a rough one. Now, the front 2 did not come to pit road. And it looks like Elliott and Larson did not come to pit road either. So, not every playoff driver coming to pit road, but some of them. We got, again, Bell, Logano on pit road. Ty Gibbs, Kyle Busch also coming down. Yeah, there we go. Probably got wrecked. Yeah, Kyle Busch in the top 10. He did just come to pit road, so he'll probably have to fight back to get up there. But yeah, Kyle Larson once Kyle Larson decided he wasn't coming, it made it really easy for again, Kyle Busch was just on pit road, so he'll drop back for a little bit. There we go. Big play to Ty Warren. Let's go. Alright, so again, we're currently under commercial break and a caution flag, so you're literally not missing anything here as we're waiting for the track to come back here. Oh, there we go. Touchdown to Pittman. It's not the touchdown I was looking for. I was kind of looking for a Ty Warren TD or a Josh Downs. I have 2 Colts receivers in my starting lineup, and of course I don't get the receiving TD. And I'm actually going against our Michael Pittman owner. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man, but yeah, it's been a long day. We've been going for 3 hours now, coming up on our 4th hour of action. Alright, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Whew, man. Alright, so again, right now the Blaney versus Byron battle is going to be a ton of fun. We're going to have to wait and see where Elliott and Larson end up. Alright, yeah, we are ready to go back racing. Hopefully you guys are too. Should be wrapping up the commercial break here shortly. They're just finishing up all the last couple of choose cones, and yeah, it'll be green flag racing this time by. Pace car makes the hard left down onto pit road, and now it is gonna be 2 by 2 by 2 as they come off of turn 4. Green flag is in the air, and we are back to racing. Green, green, green. Green flag is out, and man, they waited a real long time in the restart zone to decide to go there. Man, Byron looked like he was waiting for the bus, waiting for Blaney to decide to go in the restart zone. I'm pretty sure I saw him actually check a watch to see how long it was going to take him. But there we go. Again, Blaney and Byron get out to a 1-2 lead here. Chastain is going to settle into the 3rd position. Barry in 4th, and Gilliland in 5th. Alright, so there we go. Again, Larson having a pretty good lead on Bell, but similarly to what we saw with Logano in the last round of the playoffs, Bell taking tires here, trying to put himself on offense to go ahead and catch right back up here. And yeah, again, if I'm Bell, I would rather be on offense with fresher tires than trying to play defense on older tires, especially considering you haven't really been able to do much all day. And oh no, Eric Jones, another Toyota with a problem, but this time it looks like it is damage related, as I believe that toe is completely knocked out. Not sure if he'll be able to get back around. He is probably going to be a hazard here, and we will probably see a caution flag come out. Josh Berry is in the top 5. I think he smells a free win. I don't know about that, because I think a free win is a little bit of a over-exaggeration there, but Josh Berry is doing pretty well. All right, so there we go. Looks like they're going to let him get to pit road, which is kind of amazing that they did it, but hey, I will not say no to letting this thing stay green, because I think we're set for a very exciting finish here. Again, 91 laps to go here. Again, Christopher Bell doing everything he can from that outside line to try and just gain this track position as best he can. Hard when you're in such heavy traffic, but you do have fresh tires. You should be making some progress. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we are chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Right, let's see. Again, Blaney out in front of the field. Byron in 2nd. Your next highest playoff driver is Chase Elliott, who's made his way all the way up to the 5th position here, passing Todd Gilliland for a moment. So there we go. Again, everybody's making some good progress to the field. Ryan Preece up into the 7th position. There we go. How is William Byron in 6th? 23 points behind? I don't understand why. First off, Ryan Blaney being shown ahead of them all because he's currently leading the race, and if he does win, he's in. And then the other ones is because he was 36 and 37 points behind Bell and Larson entering the day, and well, despite winning the 2 stages, he didn't gain all of those points back, so he's still being shown a few points behind Bell, and even more so behind Larson, because Larson was really good in the stages too. So that's how Yeah, that's how the points are going. And again, it automatically puts the leader up to the top because, again, if he wins, he's in. So again, you'll see if Byron takes the lead, he'll jump from sixth place all the way up to that third spot with the win. And oh boy, there's some kind of smoke coming out of the 54's tailpipe. Oh, please tell me we're not going to see another Toyota incident. That would be the fourth Toyota to have a engine issue so far today. Kyle Busch back in the top 10. Yep, again, fresh tires will do that for you. And Ty Gibbs nearly gets wrecked there by Austin Cindric as he was backing up. Again, I'm not sure if there's an issue on that car or not, but Ty Gibbs does not appear to have all the speed there. Well, let's hope Byron wins. Well, that's pretty much been the way I've been saying it all day. Is I've been saying it's basically you got to win or you're not going to get there. Again, hypothetically, Bell and if Bell or Larson were to DNF out of this race and we didn't get a new winner, then yeah, maybe Byron could advance with a top 5 finish. But it would have taken a very specific set of circumstances to advance on points and not just having it be a win at all cost type of strategy. So again, Byron's done great though. He's led 260 laps earlier in the clean air. In fact, I believe he led the first basically 260 laps. Got the lead almost immediately. Didn't really relinquish it at all. HMS probably did something to the Toyotas. I don't know. Again, we've seen team-wide engine failures before. I mean, remember, what was it? Truex and Kyle Busch both lost motors at Darlington. What, like 20? Was that 2020? Was that during the COVID year? I don't know. One of those years before Kyle Busch left Joe Gibbs, he and Martin Truex Jr. both had engine failures at Darlington, and that started a similar type of Toyota streak that we're seeing here tonight. Again, 3 Toyotas so far have had engine issues. The 35, the 19, and the 11 have all gone out. Okay, it was the 2022 one. Okay. I knew it was one of those Darlington races right before, not long before Kyle Busch left for RCR. I couldn't remember if it was the same year he left for RCR or not, but yeah, apparently it was. So, yep. But yeah, again, this race has been pretty good though. 76 laps to go. We've got ourselves a pretty good. Got ourselves quite a few people popping on in here. All right, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here, and ooh, yeah, okay, that's a replay of the 54's incident from earlier, when he and Cindric got unstable there. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, 9 laps or 9 points separating Larson from Bell, and again, right now, Blaney, Byron. If either one of them win this thing, it's a automatic spot. If Chastain can somehow go ahead and win this thing, that would save Bell's rear end as he would be able to make it in on points probably, but instead it's looking like we might be seeing them going to commercial break, and it's looking like we might see either a Blaney or a Byron winning in. Say if we see Byron winning in, we'll see 2 Hendrick and 2 Gibbs cars in the playoffs. Yeah, which would be pretty cool to see 2 teams dueling out 2 cars each. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Alright, so I got a Bush beer ad going. 70 laps to go. 70 more time. As I say, 70 more laps here. All right. I'll go ahead and make the swap of computer cords. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. Which one do we got right now? This one, which means... Oh, that's wrong cord. All right, that's the cord we need. All right. There's the cord we need. Ooh. And there we go. There we go. Yep. All right. So, I had to just swap it because the brick was starting to overheat a little bit. All right, there we go. We're back though. 68 laps to go. 68 laps to go. As I say, these laps are taking off real quick already. As an average running position, William Byron, average running position of 1.8. Wow, that is, again, that's an incredible statistic. Again, it's largely because he led the opening 168 laps or whatever, uncontested, but there we go. 2025 went too fast, not going to lie. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed it. I will say I've enjoyed these last couple months way better than the first few months of 2025. And looking forward to even more fun in 2026, hopefully. There we go. Chase Elliott up to 5th. Yep, Chase Elliott starting to cook there. Hopefully he can get up there in the mix as well. Again, I'm curious to see what's going to end up happening if we have 2 drivers side by side for a spot in the championship. Winner gets through, loser goes home. I mean, that would be an insane storyline down the stretch here. Sounds like Jeb Burton was not too happy with, well, it wasn't in race. It wasn't in yesterday's race. It was actually after yesterday's race. Sam Mayer absolutely junked the 27 after the checkered flag. Not really sure as to what happened. I haven't gotten a chance to sit down and actually listen to the. Well, again, yeah, he got junked for. Junked after the checkered flag was already out. So yeah, I don't blame Jeb for being mad. I don't really know what possessed him to feel like he needed to do that, but yeah, he went and did that. So. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, again, we're just chilling here. Oh. Engine issues together. 19, 11, and 35 cars. Alright, so there we go. We're back from commercial break. We got Blaney out in front of the field. Byron up to second. Byron up to second and closing in only a half second back here. Then you got Chastain, who's over 2 full seconds behind Byron. And the rest of the field kind of spread out from there. Chase Elliott's actually not too far off the back bumper of Blaney. Or, why do I keep saying Blaney? It's Barry in the 21 car. Alright, but yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Skip around to ads, and yeah, let's go ahead and see again. Yeah, Bell finished second in the spring Martinsville race, so if he could finish there again, he could potentially put himself in position to win his way to the championship 4. If as long as Larson finishes 7th or worse, which again, right now, if Kyle Larson gets just one more position, he'll be able to hold that spot, hold 6th, and that'll be good enough to ensure that even with a new winner, he is through. There we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. All right, so again, Ryan Preece also up into the top 5. There we go. Ryan Preece making a pass on, getting up into the top 5 there. Austin Cindric knocking on the door of the top 10. And again, we're starting to make some progress, but man, 54 laps to go. It's just so much time, and also at the same time, not enough time for some of these drivers. So yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. But yeah, I will say Martinsville has definitely been a drier race than some of the other ones have been. I apologize if it's not as exciting. But man, so far Byron's got 2 wins on the year: Daytona 500 and the Iowa race. He does have 2 wins at Martinsville though, but both I believe came in the spring events. Never won a fall. Byron's never won a fall Martinsville race. So yeah, there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time. Again, Blaney's still holding the fastest lap award as well, which is just one extra thing to have in his back pocket. Not that that 1 point will do any different. It's all about the win. But when you're looking at guys who can outrun the rest of the field, Blaney with the fastest lap award might be the guy to look to. As again, the 24 Byron's actually gotten right back up to the back bumper of the 12. Man. The 12 of Ryan Blaney out in front, but Byron all over his rear bumper right now. Getting close here. Let's see. Again, if Blaney wins this race for the 3rd year in a row, I mean, people are going to start questioning, okay, what does Blaney have at Martinsville that nobody else seems to have? At least in the fall weather conditions. Because again, 3 straight years winning the fall Martinsville race to go to Phoenix. One of which he won the championship. Last year he was not the championship driver. Let's see. My last drivers I saved was Logano, Ty Dillon for a 1-pick league. Okay. Well, not sure. I don't know necessarily the rules in a 1-pick league, but hopefully you win. I don't know which one you use today and which one you've got for next week, but assuming that that's what it is that you get to pick one of the 36 chartered drivers each week, and if you pick, as long as you're not the lowest one in points or whatever, you win. And you can't pick the same driver twice. I don't know. I would have picked Ty Dillon during part of that championship streak when he was going on the mythological run to the 2nd place in the in-season tournament. I probably would have used him at Dover or something. All right, but yeah, again, Byron to the inside of Blaney goes Byron. He moves him. William Byron just moved the 12 of Ryan Blaney right up and out of the way. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you took Logano. Now you just need to hope that Ty Dillon doesn't sell you at the final race at Phoenix. But yeah, oh man, Byron just drove into the door of the 12. He felt the pressure and the time running out, and he just drives it in there, makes it stick, and boom, takes it to the 20 to the 12. That was a move and a half, and I'm curious to see if Ryan Blaney doesn't have something to say about that when he gets back to the rear bumper of the 24. Because, again, the 24 has been fast, but Blaney's been faster. So, I would not be shocked to see Blaney get back to the back bumper of the 24's bumper. And if he might not just have a little something to say about the way that Byron raced him. Again, hopefully they keep it within the rule book of no intentional dumps. But, oh, man, Blaney just gives a shot to Michael McDowell for really no other reason other than trying to get caught back up to that 24's rear bumper. And McDowell going to run him pretty hard against the curbing there. Blaney doing as best as he can here. And there we go. Again, 2 cars right ahead of Byron. He's not going to be able to make his great escape if the 2 cars in front of him are battling side by side. Byron to the bottom of the racetrack, though, trying to get underneath Busher here. Again, we've got battles all across the track to keep an eye on. You got Tyler Reddick trying to take a spot away from Christopher Bell, which, again, Bell currently already 10 points out. Kyle Larson, 10 points above the cut line. And again, we're just kind of waiting to see what this one's going to do. Again, we've got Blaney versus Byron at the top of the board here, fighting it out for the race win and the spot in the championship 4. And again, Byron's opened the door now to potentially making just a little bit of contact. Again, you can't make too much, because if you make too much, you then get penalized for intentionally wrecking the guy. But he has opened the door to Rubbins Racing, so let's see. Again, they're rocketing around this track. 35. It'll be 35 laps to go at the line this time. 35 laps to go, and it might as well be 5, because these drivers are gonna be racing hard the entire rest of the way. Me in second place had the same drivers left by 5 points, Logano and Ty Dillon, so it was good we both took Logano this week. Okay. Well, if you both had the same 2 drivers left over, you both took Logano this week, you both take Ty Dillon next week, aren't you guys just going to end up being in the exact same position in points if you take the same driver both weeks? But yeah, I mean, as I maybe I'm just missing the part there. But yeah, once you were down to those 2, it's like, okay, ooh, 1,800 for first place. Hey, that's not a bad payday. Good luck to you on that one. But yeah, here we go again. We got Blaney trying his best to get back to that back bumper of the 24. The 24 continuing to lap cars like his life depends on it, because he knows if that 12 gets back to him, that door has been open to potentially cause some issues. But as of right now, the 12 not having the advantage here. He's having a really hard time getting by some of these lap cars. So there we go. Drives it in deep, trying to get there. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, again, right now, let's say Byron's doing a great job at lapping these cars. If only, and right now Blaney's trying to do his best to get caught back up to the 24, but he's having a hard time keeping up with the pace he's lapping cars. Maybe a Ford in the 41 will give a little bit more of an advantage to him versus all the Chevys he's been having to pass up to now. There's been a lot of Chevys getting past here, but there we go. Again, 20, and say under 30 laps to go here at Martinsville. Again, not a lot of laps left here. Cole Custer saved you at Talladega. Yep, that sounds about right. Here we go. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Again, right now, Byron just got by the 16 of AJ Allmendinger. AJ Allmendinger's not one to let the 12 by too easily. And now it's going to be Bubba Wallace in the next car that Byron's going to catch. Allmendinger actually does leave the door pretty open for Blaney. Pretty good, respectful driving out of AJ Allmendinger. I was kind of expecting him to maybe keep it a little tougher on him, similar to what Michael McDowell did to Blaney when he was going by. But I don't know. Allmendinger gave good space there, and yeah, now it's the chase is on though. And can Byron continue to outrun Blaney, or will Blaney get caught back up to him and show him who's boss here? Because again, it has been a dogfight here between Byron trying to lap cars as quick as he can, and Blaney trying to lap him quicker. A side-by-side battle in front of Byron as well. That, as we mentioned earlier, that could cause some problems because when you're trying to lap somebody, it's kind of hard to do it when they're already side-by-side. Because you don't want to put yourself in a vulnerable spot to be the third guy on the outside or the third guy on the inside. Because in one retrospect, you look like the jerk, and on the other side, you might be the victim of somebody else. There we go, and bit of bumping there between the 6 and the 23. 6 of Brad Keselowski leaves that door open on the inside, allowing William Byron to get on through. Blaney, though, not going to get through quite as quickly here, it doesn't look like. Again, right now, Blaney cannot seem to catch a break with these lap cars. All right, nice. Hey, congratulations. Again, right now, Byron out in front of the field. Blaney's still stuck behind the 6 car of Brad Keselowski, former Penske teammate there as well. And now Byron's gonna try and avoid the. I'm not even sure what Ford is that. Oh, that's the 66 of Casey Mears. Okay. I saw the Ford and I was like, I don't recognize that Ford. And I know a lot of the Fords around here. So yeah, shock and surprise. 66 was not one of the Fords I was expecting to see. Here we go again. Byron coming up to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace has been pretty aggressive today. Curious if Bubba's going to hand over this spot as easily as Byron thinks he might. Here comes Blaney. Blaney starting to close in that gap again. Got to try and get it closer and closer here because it is going to be a tight race to the finish. Oh, we got a spin! Caution, flag flies! Oh boy, this just changed everything. Caution flag is out. 18 laps to go. And Blaney is in a perfect spot to avenge himself there. Let's go. Glad I watched racing on the couch with my dad all these years. Taught me a lot. Yeah, me and my dad, from time to time, end up calling the races down here together. And I say we actually were at the New Hampshire race together earlier this playoff. In fact, I was at back-to-back playoff races. First one was with my mom in Bristol, and then New Hampshire with my dad. So there we go. I say Bubba Wallace manages to hang on to, I don't know if that was lead lap or if that's just one of the laps. Oh, was that? One second. I need to see that one again. Hocevar got contact from behind. That was his teammate, Michael McDowell, that just wrecked him. Oh, boy. Michael McDowell sends him up into the fence. Oof. Yeah, this one is going to be a interesting one here. Again, 16 laps to go. You're going to see everybody on pit road here, probably. I would be shocked if you see people stay out. And, yep, looks like the first 2 are going to be coming to pit road. Yep, everybody's coming into the pits here, or at least the front 2 are. And yep, there we go. Blaney nails his pit box here, gets in because the 66 is not on the lead lap, so he is not in the way. We got the 5 of Kyle Larson coming into his pit box, finding his Christopher Bell. Again, I think you put 4 tires on and leave it in the hands of the driver here. And I say, it's been a rough one here for Christopher Bell, but I think you got to put it in his hands. You got to give him 4 tires and put it in his hand here. All right, Byron, Blaney, Chastain, Elliott, the first 4 off of pit road. There we go. Elliott gaining a couple spots on pit road there, and yeah, that was just right off the front bumper of Michael McDowell, just wrecking his teammate. Wow. Wow. So yeah, there we go. This one is going to be a fun one here as we get, as they go to commercial break. We're going to just chill out here and breathe for a minute because we are about to see an intense final restart or 2 here. All right, let's see. All right, so again, we're just chilling out here. Feel free to let me know who you guys think is going to win this race. You think Byron and Blaney are going to keep it civil? You think Elliott or Larson are going to end up trying to get in the mix? What about Ross Chastain? The Ross Chastain factor there in 3rd place. Could we see Ross Chastain steal the win? Yeah, he was the last guy to win before Blaney. Literally, I believe he was literally the last guy pre-Blaney to win with the Hail Melon. Or no, he didn't win that one, but he was the storyline of the day. Yep, 4 tires for most. I think that was 4 tires for all because I didn't see anybody. I didn't see any drivers. I didn't see any drivers really staying out there or taking 2 tires. There was one that was listed as 2 tires, but he gained no track position, so I'm assuming that it's just a graphical glitch, similar to earlier when Denny Hamlin took quote unquote 2 tires but didn't gain a single spot on track. So go again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Just shuffling my deck of cards for while we wait, because nervous habit. I'm excited to see what this race is going to finish out with. There we go. Byron has this. He's too fast. I don't know. Blaney's actually been faster, so it's gonna be a waiting game to see. Blaney on the outside, Byron on the inside of row 1. Let's go. Chase Elliott lined up behind Blaney for the restart. Chastain behind Byron. Then row 3, you've got Gilliland on the outside, Larson on the inside, Preece and Barry row 4, and Christopher Bell will be on the outside of row number 5. Yeah, well, and especially considering Chastain would be the driver in position to do that cut to the inside, I would say that is probably more likely than not. So 11 laps to go when we go green. 11 laps. So here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of the 24 and the 12. Green, green, green. Green flags out. We are racing here at Martinsville Speedway. Door to door goes the 12 and 24. Down through 1 and 2. 24 is going to get the edge off the corner as he had the bottom line. That inside line, a very big advantage on restarts. Here comes Ross Chastain into the picture. Ross Chastain in his red and black number 1 car. But right now, William Byron in front of the field, leading them around this racetrack. Can Blaney find that speed he needs to get to the back bumper? And will he be willing to go ahead and use the chrome horn to try and advance? Because, again, we saw Byron not afraid to go ahead and move Blaney out the way. And now that Blaney's in the same position that Byron was in, will we see him? Oh, and Byron steals the fastest lap award. Okay, so maybe Byron had a little bit more speed in his pocket than we were expecting, because he just came out here and just turned the fastest lap of the day right now, which is insane. So here we go. Again, Blaney trying to wrap the corner as best he can, but right now maybe Byron does just have a little too much speed in it. Again, there's no say that we're done with cautions either for the day. And man, Christopher Bell is going to start to hate this race if he misses out on the championship 4 by one position once again, or by a handful of positions again. And this time it's going to be William Byron out in front of the field, coming to 6 laps to go here at Martinsville. 6 more times around for the 24 car. Can the 12 find that little bit of magic to get back to the back bumper of the 24? Again, William Byron out in front of the field. He's got the speed. The question is, does he have the consistency? Blaney wrapping these corners, not able to stick quite as well. 5 to go. Being shown 5 laps to go here by the flagmen. Unless Kyle Busch wrecks. Well, I would say that could be literally anybody. There's still a lot of cars in this field that could wreck, but yeah, again, 5 laps to go, now 4. 4 more times around. These laps clicking off quick. Yeah, 4 more times around for the driver of the number 24. And say, Blaney, he's doing everything he can to try and hang close, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think it's going to end up having to be a caution if we're going to see another restart here. 3 laps to go, 3 more times around. And again, Byron still able to just find that little bit extra grip off the corner. Chase Elliott passes Ross Chastain, so there's now another name in the picture that could potentially be looking for a win if we were to have another restart. 2 laps to go. 2 more times around for the drivers of the 24 and the 12 as we get ready for this one. It looks like it's probably going to be a William Byron win. And the question is, who is near Larson? Okay, Larson does not have a Toyota near him, so he's not probably going to get spun out through race manipulation. But here we go. White flag, 1 lap to go. Here comes William Byron. Through 1 and 2. Off of, down into turns 3 and 4. Nobody close enough. It's going to be William Byron. 500 laps in Martinsville, and win number 3 in the books on the year for William Byron, and a championship 4 appearance to boot. Oh, man. Ryan Blaney 2nd, 3rd, Chase Elliott, 4th will be Ross Chastain, and Kyle Larson with a 5th place finish will grab the 4th and final spot in the championship 4. Barring a potential, barring any inspection issues, Byron should be the winner and will be a part of that championship 4. Tech that car. If you're hoping for Bell to get put back in, tech inspection would then go on to Blaney, and Blaney would have to fail. Then you'd have to have Chase Elliott behind, assuming that Byron and Blaney both fail. You would then need Chase Elliott to also fail tech inspection in order for Bell to get back into this one. But there we go. Man, that was an exciting race. Again, Larson coming home in the top 5. Ryan Preece, Bell, Logano, Gilliland getting a top 10 here, and Josh Berry rounding out your top 10 drivers. There we go. Again, that caution in the middle of the green flag pit cycle really changed a lot. And ultimately, Christopher Bell just did not have the speed today to get it done, and will miss out on being a part of that championship 4 next week at Phoenix. Yeah, but we do avoid the Penske juggernaut. So Penske's streak will end at 3 championships in a row, and it will be Gibbs versus Hendrick, 2 cars apiece, going to the championship 4. So there we go. Again, if you guys just came for the race reaction, thank you guys for stopping by and saying hi. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys do enjoy these live streams, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and get us a name so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Again, we'll be live for all 3 races during championship weekend, Trucks, Xfinity, and Cup. But as per usual, I will go through the full finishing results, and we'll hopefully be able to see a couple of the playoff drivers' interviews before we hop off. So again, just wanted to say that before all the people who jumped in just for the finish pieced out. But again, we'll go through the full finishing results. Just got to pull them up here. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, so again, as we mentioned, Byron wins the race, gets into the championship 4. We've talked about him and Blaney plenty. Blaney coming home in the second place position. Third was Chase Elliott. Elliott had a good car. He just never had any amount of track position to try and work from. Again, Blaney and I think Blaney knows he fought as hard as he could for that, and Christopher Bell just looks a little bit dejected, like we've seen a couple of the other guys this week. Ross Chastain 4th. 5th was Kyle Larson. Again, we already went through the top 10. Priest, Bell, Logano with some good runs. Again, Todd Gilliland, another great top 10 there for Gilliland. Josh Berry. Tyler Reddick coming home in the 11th position, not bad. Ty Gibbs coming home 12th. Again, those Toyotas managing to hold up after the Rasha Toyota issues we saw earlier. All right, let's see. It means so much to the Hendrick Motorsports team. Yep, there we go as well. William, you could pick a better spot for your first walk-off win. All right, here we go. No, I've got a lot to say. Things have been working out. Just trying to read through the subtitles here. Test your resilience a lot of times. Man, yeah, he's out of breath. Yeah, I mean, he was probably holding his breath for the last 35, 40, 50 minutes of the race. But there we go. Again, Byron knew he had to do it and made an aggressive move to go ahead and take that one. So there we go. Again, 3rd career win, and we'll be a part of the championship 4 next week in Phoenix. Kyle Busch coming home 13th. 14th for SVG. SVG getting better on these ovals. 15th was Austin Cindric. 16th, Austin Dillon. 17th was Cole Custer. 18th, we had Bubba Wallace. 19th, Justin Haley. And rounding out your top 20 was Brad Keselowski in the number 6 car. All right, let's see. I'm assuming that after that one, they're going to cut pretty quickly to another driver interview. So give me 1 second. I'm also pulling up chat so I can see it. Let's see. Loved it. Thank you. I'm sure Byron will be very unexcited. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's like a kid in the candy shop. He's going to Phoenix with a shot at a championship. All right, looks like they might be getting ready to send this one to commercial break here. So we'll go through the rest of these finishing results, and then we'll probably hop off. But John Nemechek, 21st. 22nd for Daniel Suarez. 23rd, Alex Bowman. And 24th will be where we find Michael McDowell. 25th is where we find Zane Smith. 26th, Ty Dillon. 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, AJ Allmendinger. 29th, Chris Buescher. And rounding out the top 30 is Noah Gragson. Carson Hocevar crashed about 3 or 4 times today. Comes home 31st. Only 3 laps down. That's actually pretty impressive for the amount of times he was the cause of a caution. And you got Cody Ware coming home 12 laps down after losing his wheel. 32nd position for him. Casey Mears comes home 33rd. And then your Rasha Toyota issues there. Eric Jones with his toe knocked out there, 34th. And then engine issues for Denny Hamlin in 35th. Riley Herbst 36th. And Chase Briscoe coming home 37th and dead last on the grid. So, again, hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys did enjoy this live stream, feel free to leave a like, subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. As I said, I'm going to hop off, probably go watch a little bit of football with my dad before he goes to bed. But until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next video. Live stream, whatever you guys decide to do with the rest of your night. Have a great night, everybody, and goodbye!